Yes.
Sound check, 1, 2, 3.
We may have, yeah. Good evening, everyone. Good to see everybody. Today is October 26, 2023. Today is both the full session of your commission, full commission meeting of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, as well as your planning and zoning regular meeting as well. So before I call this meeting to order, I want to announce that some commissioners, staff, and the public are attending remotely by Zoom or other means. All participants joining by phone should please mute your phones in the audience when not speaking to avoid any background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name if you're asked to speak and title every time you speak so that the public that is observing knows exactly who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General's office. I ask that you also please speak clearly into the mic at an audible level so the clerk can capture your comments for record. I will now call this meeting to order. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Davis, we have an absence memo. Bynum. Here. Burrows.
Here.
Townsend.
Here.
McKiernan.
Here.
Ramirez.
Here.
Johnson.
Here.
Kane. Markley. Here. Stites.
Here.
Garner.
Here. Thank you, clerk. Tonight, we're going to have an invocation given by Reverend George Kemper, the Ebenezer Baptist Church. I'll ask everyone to please stand, and immediately after the invocation, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Heavenly Father, most gracious Father, first of all, we thank you for allowing us to be here on this evening. We ask your guidance and your mercy on all your people in this community for the betterment for this community. Keep each and every one of us as we try to endeavor to do your will. In these things we ask in your Son, Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor Kemper. I ask the clerk, has there been any revisions to tonight's agenda?
Yes, Mayor, we have one revision. There will be a change in the order of the published agenda. The mayor's agenda will be heard first.
Okay. Sorry, bear with me just a second. Okay. Thank you, clerk, for that context. So the first item on the mayor's agenda, I'm going to let the clerk read that in its entirety. And then before she starts, I'll ask, do we have any members of the championship Kansas City Monarchs? Please come forward. Let's give them a round of applause as they come for us. Clerk.
All right. Proclamations. Whereas the athleticism, skill, dedication, endurance, and heart with which the Kansas City Monarchs played this season and won their third American Association Championship with a dramatic walk-off hit in Game 4 of the championship series to claim the Miles Wolff Cup, bringing honor to the city and county on the local, state, national, and international level. And whereas the Unified Government Commissioners, Mayor, and administrative staff enthusiastically applaud the record of 59 wins and 40 losses, the 2023 Kansas City Monarchs led the American Association in wins for the third straight season. And whereas the Monarchs have won back-to-back American Association Division Championship, and whereas Monarchs catcher Chris Herman was named American Association Player of the Year, And Wyandotte County in Kansas City, Kansas is proud to be the home of the Kansas City Monarchs, who make their home at Legends Field in Village West of Kansas City, Kansas. And whereas Monarchs outfielder Jan Hernandez was named Most Valuable Player of the 2023 American Association Championship. And whereas Monarchs Gavin Collins, Chris Herman, Trey Jeans, Jalen Miller, and Justin Wiley were named 2023 American Association All-Stars. And whereas Monarchs Grant Gavin, Ashton Godot, Chris Herman, and Justin Wiley were selected to play in the Baseball Champions League in Merida, Yucatan, Mexico. Now therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim November 1, 2023 as Kansas City Monarchs Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to congratulate and give special recognition to the Kansas City Monarchs for its extraordinary achievement of winning the 2023 American Association of Professional Baseball Championship, adding to the legacy of success on and off the playing field.
Well, I want to thank Wyandotte County and the mayor and all the council people for this honor. And I couldn't be more happy to represent Kansas City, Kansas as the Kansas City Monarchs. It's a special team and this is a special city, and we're honored to be part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to get a quick picture with you. So if you just come right around here. Yeah. And commissioners and administrators, if you come down, we'll get a quick, sure, just straight down there. Yeah. Get a quick picture of them. And there's a lot of history with the Kansas City Monarchs, and it really says a lot about our bridge to Kansas City, Missouri, with the Negro League Museum and the relationship they have with the with that facility over in Kansas City, Missouri, 18th and Vine. And so we are really excited and happy to have the Monarchs as being our hometown team and champions. So. Okay. Again, congratulations to our hometown team, championship winning team, baseball team, the Kansas City Monarchs. That takes us to our next item. We will go into the planning and zoning portion. I stand corrected. We've got 7 more proclamations. Clerk, you want to read those?
Yes. Proclamation. Now therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim October 2nd, 2023 as Adrian Nostov Exhibit Hall Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to recognize Adrian Nostov Exhibit Hall Day. Proclamation. Now therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim October 13, 2023 as Kansas City, Kansas Chamber of Commerce Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to recognize the 125 years of their support of business and building excellence. Proclamation. Now therefore I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim October 14, 2023 as March for Mia Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to recognize Mia D. Williams 5K Cancer Walk Run Day. Proclamation. Now therefore I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim October 29, 2023 as Wyandotte Chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to recognize the Wyandotte Chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution. Proclamation. Now therefore I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2023 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and call upon all residents to recognize the importance of breast cancer awareness. Proclamation. Now therefore I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2023 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to recognize Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
Thank you, Clerk. That takes us to our planning and zoning portion of our meeting. Clerk, can you read the statement?
Good evening. We would like to welcome all present to this meeting of the Unified Government Commission. Members of the commission are Mayor, CEO Tyrone Garner, Commissioner Melissa Bynum, at-large District 1, Commissioner Tom Burrows, at-large District 2, Commissioner Gail Townsend, District 1, Commissioner Brian McKiernan, District 2, Commissioner Kristen Ramirez, District 3, Commissioner Harold Johnson, District 4, Commissioner Mike Kane, District 5, Commissioner Angela Markley, District 6, Commissioner Chuck Stites, District 7, and Commissioner Andrew Davis, District 8. As each petition is called, all persons for or against will be given the opportunity to express their views. If this is the first time that a particular petition has been before the commission has three options. 1, it can approve the recommendation of the Planning Commission with 6 votes. 2, it can override the Planning Commission's recommendation, but it would take 8 votes to override. 3, it can return the matter to the Planning Commission for further consideration, together with a statement specifying the reasons for the referral back to the Planning Commission. The consent agenda is the first part of the planning and zoning agenda. Items on the consent agenda have received a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission. Unless there is a request to set aside an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the public, the Unified Government Commission, or others, then the Planning Commission's recommendation on all of the items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Unified Government Commission at one time. I will read the list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the mayor will ask if there are any requests to set aside items from the consent agenda. This is your time to come to the microphone and provide the agenda item to be set aside if you do not agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation. If you're joining us virtually, this is your time to raise your hand and once acknowledged, provide the agenda item to be set aside. If you contacted the UG Clerk's office, that item will be set aside by the UG Clerk on your behalf. If an item is set aside, the matter will be discussed and voted on separately. All items not set aside will be approved with the Planning Commission's recommendation. We appreciate the attendance of those people here this evening, and we recognize the importance of each petition. We would, however, remind you that there are a number of items on the agenda, and we would appreciate your efforts to make your remarks as concise as possible. We ask that anyone with a cell phone, please turn them off or switch to non-audio so you will not disturb the meeting. If joining us virtually or by phone, we ask that you mute your phone when not speaking to avoid background noise so you will not disturb the meeting. Once the petitioners make their presentation, anyone for or against will be allowed the maximum 3 minutes to state their views. As you come to the microphone, please state your name and city for the record if attending in person. This is your time to raise your hand if you're joining us virtually. When your name is called, please state your name and city for the record. The mayor and commission are required to disclose contacts with proponents or opponents on any item on the planning and zoning agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact with proponents or opponents on any item on the agenda?
Commissioners with disclosures. Commissioner Markley.
Thanks, Mayor. Contact with proponents and opponents of SP 2023-067, Megan Duma.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, fellow commissioners. Wish to disclose contact with those in opposition to SP 2023-041.
Thank you, Commissioner Kane.
I got a couple of Mayor, COZ 2023-17, special use permit SP 2023, opposing 041, opposing 014, contacts on 017 and 067.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonham.
Mayor, on consent, item B3, SP 2023-041, opponents. On non-consent, item A5, proponents and opponents, SP 2023-067.
Thank you, Commissioners. McCarron.
Proponents and opponents of SP 2023-067.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Proponents and opponents of SB 2023-067.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Proponents of 2023-017 and opponents of the 2023-067.
Thank you, Commissioner Stites.
Opponents of SP 2023-067.
Thank you. Commissioner Townsend. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I have no other disclosures to report. Maybe my hand was up and it should not have been. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk. Disclosures.
At this time, I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Change of zone applications, item 1, COZ 2023-012. Tomas de la Paz with Whittier Schools Lofts LP. Change of zone from CP-0 planned non-retail business district to RP-5 planned apartment district to convert a school into apartments at 290 South 10th Street, recommended for approval. Item 2, COZ 2023-015, Brian Terry. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to AG Agricultural District for agricultural farming at 3850 North 55th Street, recommended for approval. Item 3, COZ 2023-017, Victor Frank Martini II, change of zone from R1 Single Family District to AG Agricultural District to keep farm animals at 6019 Wood End Avenue and 6029 Oak Grove Road, recommended for approval. Item 4, COZ 2023-020, Jackson Taylor with TWG Development, change of zone from R1 Single Family District to RP5 Planned Apartment District to construct an apartment complex at 745 North 78th Street, recommended for approval. Item 5, COZ 2023-025, Landon Flieger with Atlas Land Consultants, change of zone from R1 Single Family District to R2 Two Family District to bring an existing duplex into compliance at 3009 North 57th Street, recommended for approval. Special use permit applications. Item 1, SP 2023-024, Brian Terry. Special use permit for grading of the property for hayfields at 3850 North 55th Street, recommended for approval for 2 years. Item 2, SP 2023-036, Gunnar Hand with the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. Special use permit for an event space with live entertainment and alcohol sales at 600 North 7th Street, recommended for approval indefinite. Item 3, SP 2023-041, Matt Thomas with Firm Foundation Ministries, Inc. Special use permit to operate a group dwelling unit at 2204 North 5th Street, recommended for denial. Item 4, SP 2023-063, Sumi Raby, special use permit to operate an auto repair shop at 927 Kansas Avenue, recommended for denial. Item 5, SP 2023-065, Umid Sadov with Frank Motors, Inc. Special use permit to operate an auto repair shop at 402 Osage Avenue, recommended for denial. Item 6, SP 2023-069, Neil Palmer. Special use permit for a short-term rental at 2520 North 131st Street, recommended for approval for 1 year. Item 7, SP 2023-070, Sarah Catherine Bellardi, renewal of a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 3008 South 9th Street, recommended for approval for 2 years. Item 8, SP 2023-073, Oscar Flores Urita, renewal of a special use permit to operate a dog kennel at 4001 North 74th Street, recommended for approval for 5 years. Master Plan Amendment applications. Item 1, MPL 2023-007, Tomas de la Paz with Whittier School Lofts LP. Master Plan Amendment from low density residential to high density residential to convert a school into apartments at 290 South 10th Street, recommended for approval. Item 2, MPL 2023-010, Jackson Taylor with TWG Development, Master Plan Amendment from low density residential to high density residential to construct an apartment complex at 745 North 78th Street, recommended for approval. Item 3, MPL 2023-013, Landon Flagger with Atlas Land Consultants, Master Plan Amendment from low density residential to medium density residential at 3009 North 57th Street, recommended for approval. Mayor, those are all the items on the consent agenda.
Thank you, clerk. Do any members of the commission, the county administrator, or the public wish to set aside any items on the planning and zoning consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the planning and zoning consent agenda will be voted on by one vote to follow the recommendation of the planning commission. I'll ask if anyone in attendance would like to set aside any item that was listed. If so, please come forward and state your name and city for the record. Clerk, is anyone joining us virtually who'd like to set an item aside?
Yes, Mayor, we have Matt Thomas online. Mr. Thomas?
Yes, I would like to set aside SP 2023-041. Matt Thomas, Shawnee.
Thank you.
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, I believe we had questions from Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to set aside COZ 2023-017.
Thank you, Commissioner King.
It's the same one.
Same one. Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Excluding the listed set asides,
Move for approval for all remaining items.
Ramirez, second.
okay, there's a motion, and a second. I will accept the motion and that second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Bynum?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
Townsend?
Aye.
McKiernan?
Aye.
Ramirez?
Aye.
Johnson?
Aye.
Kane? Markley?
Aye.
Stites?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Clerk, can you read the first set aside?
Under special use applications, item number 3, SP 2023-041. Matt Thomas with Firm Foundation Ministries, Inc., special use permit to operate a group dwelling unit at 2204 North 5th Street, recommended for denial.
Thank you. Mr. Han, you want to make some opening remarks?
Yeah, just one second. Let me pull up the right one. I thought we were going to do the change of zone first. Or excuse me, yeah, change. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thunder Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Special use permit 2023-041 was heard in conjunction with BOZA 2023-039, a parking variance, which was denied by the Board of Zoning Appeals earlier this month. This is a special use permit for a group home. This is in the Northeast Area Plan. Staff received both support and opposition regarding this case. There were notices of violation related to the maintenance of the property as well as the house, all of which have been rectified at this time. Staff agrees with the Planning Commission, recommends denial.
Thank you. Applicant, I believe you set that aside. You want to present your application? State your name and address for record.
Matt Thomas, Shawnee, Kansas, Firm Foundation Ministries. So we wanted to set it aside for a couple of reasons. Number one, we want to be able to try to build as much community support as we can, because we understand that we were behind the 8 ball. We understand that we should have done it ahead of time. And even though we didn't know that we were to do a special use permit, we should have done it. So I don't disagree with any of that. And so what I'm asking is if we could hold off for a final vote for denial or approval to try to build relationships with the church across the street, with some of the other people to just try to see if we can get a different outcome out of this.
Thank you. I'll now open a public hearing in regards to this matter. Clerk, have you received any notification on the public who wish to express their comments in favor?
No comments have been received.
Is there anyone present in the audience today who would like to speak in favor of this item? Seeing none. Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in favor?
No hands are raised.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience, clerk, before I say that, is there anyone, clerk, that you received from notification from that wish to express their opposition?
No comments were received.
Is there anyone present in the audience who'd like to come forward and speak in opposition of this item? If so, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. And this is the item. I know I gotta go.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Commissioner Stice, thank you very much for the water. My name is Elnora Jefferson, and I'm out of Kansas City, Kansas. I am the neighborhood president of the Oak Grove neighborhood, where this proposed group home is situated. And I'm here to speak in opposition of the group home. I'm speaking in opposition not because of what the group home does, because certainly it has a value. There's no one that I know of who would deny anyone a second chance, who wants to make amends for wrongs that he or she has committed before. But I'm here tonight to speak to opposition because my neighborhood is also looking for a second chance. Over the years that I was born and raised in that particular neighborhood, we've seen a lot of changes, anywhere from a model landfill that's no longer a model because it was not done correctly. Anywhere from people who have not been able to have roofs and other types of home improvements because the value of their property did not come up to the standards as far as appraisals and so forth. We've also withstood a lot of the drug culture, and the war on crime was not successful in my neighborhood. We've had people who have been denied types of home improvements because money that they got, perhaps because of a family member who died, was deemed as income when it actually was not. Then most recently, what we've had is that we've had an opportunity to participate in something called a Northeast Area Master Plan. We've never had that in the Northeast, never. So we have it now. That particular investment, plus the investment for the Northeast Kansas City, Kansas Heritage Trail, I believe it would be close to $500,000. This gave people hope. Over 550 people came to participate in the Northeast Area Master Plan. Nowhere in that plan did the citizens, community itself say that we want to have a cluster, a number of group homes in the neighborhoods where we're trying to actually make a difference.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Now, we were talking about improved sidewalks. We were talking about raising the density in that particular area and some of the other things that we all want in the neighborhoods that where we live. The approval of this particular application in my neighborhood would not bring people to that neighborhood. It would not make that particular neighborhood a point of destination. It will not do anything to that neighborhood to raise the value of the particular census tracts. Really, it won't do anything that's positive for the neighbors who are there or for the area. So I would implore Mr. Thomas to find another place, maybe where he lives in Shawnee or elsewhere, where he could actually do what he wants to do, and we are able to do what we want to do as well. So thank you very much.
Is there anyone else present that'd like to speak?
My name is Marcus Williams. I'm a lifelong member of Trinity AME, and I live in Kansas City, Missouri. But the reason why I come today is just to, we talk about community and building relationships and how important that is, and how important it is to love and care about one another and really look at one another and see each other as people. And when we do that, it's a thing about honesty, and it's about going in and trying to do that. And I hear Mr. Thomas saying that's what he would like to do. But so I did a little bit, I want to be fair. So I did a little bit of research about his organization. And I just looked and I saw that in Topeka, if I have it correctly, his organization did something very similar. They went ahead and they moved into an area and they attempted to have a group home. The city did not approve. I mean, it wasn't approved by the city. The other organization had attempted to do it and they came back and said, oh, I didn't know. And I just don't think that's fair for our community, for one to do that. You know, if you care about what you're doing, if you care about it, then go in and do the right thing. Why would it take going before and getting a special use project to actually go and do the home renovations? Who would have a mattress out in front of a group home? What kind of hope does that bring? What kind of hope does it bring when you don't abide by the simple things that our law says to do? Put up safety, put up railing. There's a new railing now. So as this gentleman just said, they're all up to code today. Well, why couldn't they do that before if they really care about people? And that, again, that's what we're talking about, caring about people and trying to build a stronger community. That's it.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Roy Fowler. I reside at 8600 Northeastern Avenue in Kansas City, Missouri. I'm a long-term member and officer of Trinity AME Church. Trinity has been at 5th and Greeley since since 1903. We have been in this community that long. I'd like to speak to the issue of the location of the house in proximity to existing neighbors. Mr. Adair lives next door. He spoke at the planning committee meeting, but his house is less than 10 feet from the 2204 home that they wish to make into a group home. Why would you place a house 10 feet from the next door? Mr. Adair can't go out on his porch and feel safe. He has a 14-year-old daughter. We have sex offenders that are residing in this house. It's not safe for him and his family. And it bothers me that they feel that they did due diligence in locating the house where it is. So that's why I oppose as a member of Trinity.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Leroy Williams. I'm a member
and an officer of Trinity AME Church, lifelong member, born there in the North End District, raised there in the North End District. What we hear about is, one, the way they came in. They didn't come in and knock on our door or come put flyers out and say, we are interested in, we want to buy this house, we want to put a group home in. They didn't come to us or anybody in the neighborhood and done this. All they did was came and put the house together, and next thing we know, we got people there. I be at the church quite a few times in the evening. We have a ladies group, dance group, praise team, and they was downstairs practicing. So happened I was downstairs, and I thought I heard something at the side door downstairs. And so happened I did. So I went to the door. There's a guy standing there talking about could he get some money to get a bus so he can go up here and catch the bus so he can get to work. Didn't have the problem with the land and money, but never seen him around here before. Come to find out, we got a group home here. We come to say the houses are too close together. People can't live like that. You cough and you can hear somebody next door. You don't need no group home around like that. What we just want to be is like we always have been. The doors open to the church. We welcome everybody. We even had some of their members to come and worship with us. We didn't ask them what they would had done or nothing. They volunteered. Some of them sat and talk to us and just tell us what they done. All we're saying is to just don't come in our neighborhood and think you're just going to force stuff down on us. Thank you for your time. Good evening. My name is Ronald Scroggins, and I'm a lifelong member of Trinity AME Church. And actually, I grew up in that neighborhood. I walked to that church ever since I was able to walk. And the comment that I would like to make is, all while I was living in that neighborhood was considered that neighborhood. Nobody thought of it as a positive neighborhood. It was always considered that neighborhood. And really, it's hard to even get contractors to come down there and work on our church because we live in that neighborhood. So my thing is, I don't have a problem with what the project is about. It's about bringing it down there. And what it's doing is not helping the neighborhood, but it's also putting another negative aspect on the neighborhood. So I oppose it because it doesn't lift the neighborhood up. It actually puts more things against the neighborhood, which makes it a negative neighborhood. And also I think that's what I wanted to say. It was something else, but I can't think of it right now. It happens when you get older, but I just think it's not really improving our neighborhood. I like the project, the idea of it, but they can move it somewhere else.
My name is Dolores Williams, and I oppose it only because of the fact that they didn't, as a Christian organization, they didn't do the right thing. What they did not do was look at the best avenue for the people that they are trying to help to have the resources and establish programs for them. In that neighborhood, if they were really sincere, they would want to have a resource so that they could teach them how to go shop, have the resources so that they could be able to have transportation and be able to improve their quality of life that maybe they did not have. I have a problem with that. And as a Christian myself, it's good because the Lord gives us second chances. And to me, they did not do that. They didn't put forth the very best that they had to help these people. And so for that, I do not want them there. They should not, as far as I'm concerned, they should not come and offer a program to help somebody and yet not give them the very best that they could give them. And that's what I disagree with them for that. Yes, they need help. Yes, they need the services. Yes, they need supervisions, but they did not do that. And for that, I'm ashamed of them to even call themselves that type of organization. A ministry is there to do the work that God has put them there to do. And they put them there. Can you even imagine? Have you been there to walk around that area? It was a beautiful area. And like one of the Mrs. Jefferson was saying, you know, trying to build up the area. And that's what we're trying to do. Why would you put somebody there when the grocery stores are too far?
1 minute remaining.
Other things that they need, recreation is not there. They don't have that. How can you do that and say, I'm putting them in a place so they can get better and they can have those resources that they need to improve their life and to get out of the situation that they're in? They did not do that, and shame on them.
Is there anyone else that'd like to speak in opposition? Okay, clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in opposition?
No hands are raised.
Okay, I will now close the public hearing. Petitioner, you can make closing comments.
Is that me?
Yes. sir.
Yes.
Okay, this is Matt Thomas, Shawnee. And with all due respect, I have not had any problems in Topeka at all. We've actually had 2 places in Topeka. We sold one because it was an apartment complex that was not in great condition, and we didn't want our men living there, so we sold that, bought a newer house, which is a really nice house, and actually have a great relationship with the neighborhood that we live in out there. And so there's never been a problem like that. And anybody can go on the website, firmfoundationministries.org, and see what we do. We have a great relationship. As a matter of fact, I was in the Topeka Capitol, the newspaper, talking about what we do, and it was well received with the Continuum of Care group that is in Topeka, which includes Vallejo, the Housing Authority, and the Shawnee County Jail. And so that is complete untruth. Last time we had this meeting, they specifically asked during the planning and zone meeting, have you ever had any incidents in this neighborhood? And there has not been any incidents. Consistently, these brothers and sisters got up and said, we just don't like what you do, but there's not been any incidents. And so my struggle is, if there's not been any incidents, we haven't caused a problem. We rebuilt the house, brought value back to the house, have not had any trouble with the police there, have not done anything bad. I don't understand why we can't build a relationship, help out Elnora with some roofs, or we have a bunch of able-bodied guys. We're willing to do this. I reached out to the pastor of the church to try to talk to him, and he read my message and didn't respond. And so I am trying to build a relationship. And so what I don't understand is, if we've been operating there and doing well and not causing a problem, why can't we get a temporary special use permit for a year, see how we do, see if there's a problem, and go from there, or at least give us time to really find out who each other are, rather than just saying, we don't want this in the neighborhood, even though it hasn't caused a problem. And to the point of the other piece, which is, hey, this is going to bring the neighborhood value down, it is not. Because if you look up online who registers, they're all over the place. We don't, it's not like all of our houses have this big flag outside that says, hey, we put people here that are dangerous for your community, because we don't. We put men there that have changed their life and are trying to do what's right. And that brings value to a community. There is not one place that we have a house that has not added value to the community. I apologize that I didn't do it the way that I was supposed to. I apologize that I didn't come talk to the church. I apologize for all that. But for that to be the reason that there's going to be men homeless, I don't have a good feeling about that. Thank you, guys.
Do any members of the commission have any questions or comments? Commissioner Maris?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. Couple questions to staff. I see here in the report, they went without a SUP or us knowing about them for at least 2 years. What caused, Director Hand, what caused for them to be brought in the process now? Was it an NOV, a complaint by the community?
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. We received a complaint from the community, looked into it, provided a notice of violation, and they responded to that notice of violation with an SUP application.
Okay. And when we approached the applicant and the organization, were they aware that they needed to have an SUP for that type of establishment?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. No, until the applicant received the notice of violation letter, they were unaware, according to them, that they needed a special use permit.
So they have facilities in Lawrence or Topeka, sorry. Does Topeka follow the same guidelines of SUP and zoning that we do as well, or is each city different?
It's Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Every city has a unique zoning code. If we are to believe the applicant who has researched this in the other cities, I believe it's Wichita and Topeka, I could be wrong. They do not require anything. Our ordinance requires any place with 6 or more people, unrelated people, is considered a group home and requires a special use permit.
Okay, thank you. And it says here, staff recommended denial based on one of the parameters was by the community that was too close to residential as an interior structure, and also the parking issue. Can you explain the parking issue?
Yes, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. So the parking account for a use like this is based on the number of rooms. They have requested at the Board of Zoning Appeals a variance. I believe it was 7. That was, or the requirement was 7 total. That was denied. Depending on the decision tonight and what Mr. Thomas wants to do with his property, if denied, they would still have to meet a parking requirement. We would have to work with staff to figure out what that is. It probably would go, if denied and only 5 people unrelated were to live there, I believe it would be probably, I think it's 5 parking spaces off street, but I would have to double check.
Is there 5 parking spaces available on this street for that purpose?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planners. I mean, again, it's the parking requirement is for off street, so they have to find it on their parcel. Without seeing a site plan, I couldn't say that for sure. It's a pretty small parcel. It's a pretty tight backyard. It's off of an alley. There is an accessory structure in the backyard. My guess would be that would either have to be rehabilitated or probably removed. And then maybe have to go with some carports because there is a covered parking requirement in that zone district. And so I think it's plausible, but I couldn't say for sure unless I saw a site plan.
Okay.
It's tight though.
Yeah, I can see here on the picture. So, all right, thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, all. I'm going to get to the chase. This body and everyone present listening has heard what the desires of those people who have lived there, as I do, right in that neighborhood, those who worship there. And it really just steams me, I can't say it any other way, that while those who come from outside the community and seek to do well think they can know better than those who live, worship, work in these neighborhoods every day. I will let you know that when neighborhood residents brought to my attention that there was work being done on that house back in December of 2019, I was given a phone number for Mr. Thomas, but I did not hear back. It was a Wichita number. And that's not the most disturbing thing, but we heard last month by the same ministry at a different location, again in District 1, that although this group has been about this business for 10 years, they didn't realize they needed a permit. Well, there is a concept, certainly if you've done business that long in a particular area, you should have known. You should have made reasonable inquiries. This is a business, and that was not done. With regard to incidents that have taken place as recently as May of this year, there was a drive-by with the targets being aimed at that house. There were, I believe the report said something like 23 shell casings found. Luckily, no one was injured, but bullets don't have eyes. I mean, there has never been, to my knowledge, in that area, a drive-by. But that is what this house and organization have brought to that neighborhood. Ms. Jefferson eloquently talked about the hope given to that area, specifically that neighborhood, and even on a broader scale throughout District 1 in the Northeast Master Plan. That was one of the first things that I brought to the council years ago when I came in, and we want to see that followed through on. That plan does not call for any group homes. And again, it's despairing to see groups who say they mean well come into areas like District 1 in this particular neighborhood to do good. Deference should be given to those people, as I said before, who live there every day. They deserve to live quietly, peacefully, look forward to the upgrade of their homes without a group home coming in. I don't know where he is tonight, but previously Mr. Anthony Adair had testified and talked about, and I followed up and looked at it, the number of persons with sexual offenses who have resided and or currently resided in that home since 2019. And this is not the type of situation that we want or need in that neighborhood, as you've heard many of the neighbors and the church say today. So while this is great that you have these organizations, I think they should give more sensitivity to how they go into a neighborhood. And I believe it's a little bit late now to try to go back to do what should have been done in 2019. The outcome may have been the same, but at this point, I don't believe that's any reason to go against what the planning and zoning and the neighborhood have said they want. So I make a motion to uphold the denial of the Planning and Zoning Commission and deny this application.
Okay. Any other commissioner have comments? I'd just like to add to that. I believe the work of some of these not-for-profit groups are great. But I think just my personal opinion is that Wyandotte County is oversaturated with not-for-profit groups trying to do good work nevertheless. And we support that work because the need is great. but the resources in Wyandotte County aren't as great. And you're talking about an area that has been disenfranchised and disinvested for far too long. The Northeast area is more than group homes, potholes that need to be filled, parks that are in disrepair, liquor stores, and things that just reek of urban blight and decay. And these types of initiatives don't do anything to bring the community up. I can tell you, I've heard that there may be sex offenders in these homes. I believe it'd be hard pressed to find any developers that want to do any extensive economic development in those areas, knowing that. And you've got schools in the area, you've got churches in the area, and that is a great concern to the community. And I think this community, Wyandotte County in itself, especially Kansas City, Kansas, we need to move beyond being viewed as the home base for homelessness and the portal for poverty. Period. Our residents have sacrificed too much for too long, and they deserve better. And reinforcing these types of resources in these areas don't further any type of resurgent revitalization or anything of that nature in these areas. And what it does is it anchors these areas in poverty and urban decay and the ghetto. And our residents need to move beyond the ghetto. They don't want a hood, they want a neighborhood. And so, I know a lot of these organizations, a lot of these leaders come from other cities. And my question has always been, why Wyandotte County and why Kansas City, Kansas? Take these back to your city and see what Shawnee says. Take it to Overland Park, take it to Shawnee. Wyandotte County and our community is not and cannot continue to be viewed as being the armpit of the metro. And we have a huge minority population here between Black and brown folks. And that perception needs to change because our residents deserve better. And we cannot be this huge diverse population in the metro. And then others view us as being this place where you send all the people you don't want and put them in our community. And so I stand firm with the community in the Northeast and these neighbors that are saying, we don't want this, not because it's not a good program, but you need to just find another location to do your program. And I stand with our two commissioners in this regard, and I hope the commission will see value in those two motions that are made by Commissioner Townsend and I believe Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Reyes has one last question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just clarification for how we vote. An aye vote is to uphold, a no vote is to not uphold, correct? For denial. Yep, uphold the denial. Is that correct, council?
I want to make sure that how the motion was made. The motion was then and yes vote would be to uphold the denial.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to say, also that while we talk about what we don't have but hope to achieve, the one thing that needs to be recognized is the strength of the residents who have been there and have been jewels for the community as you see tonight, despite what's not there and what we hope to see come. People appreciate and are steadfast in supporting what's there. That is the strength of that community. And so I want to recognize those who are there tonight, who have come to say that this is our community and we want better. We're looking to have better and receive it. And we are going to defend what we have there. So kudos to those residents who came out. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'd just like to add, if there's any developers out there that may be watching, just know this community wants a grocery store. They want restaurants, they want amenities, and they want housing that is affordable at all income levels. And they want infrastructure that reflects the rest of vibrant communities. And so any developers out there, let's bring those to the Northeast and our downtown and east of 635, not liquor stores and halfway houses. Take it somewhere else. Clerk, roll call.
As the commission goes through their vote, I would advise them to put their reasoning on for their particular vote. Perhaps referring back to the golden rules for this vote, even though it's not it's a special use permit. They may wish to articulate their vote based on those.
Mayor,
Commissioner Townsend.
thank you. Question about that. This is a motion to uphold what the planning committee has done. I question that any more rationale is needed than that.
Well, and that can be
Is
it can also be based on staff's recommendation and the planning commission's vote.
All right, okay.
Well, hold on, counsel. I believe that the way it's written is that they're just voting.
Yes.
Correct.
But there have been comments made on the reason, so I'd ask that everyone clarify their reasoning for their particular vote.
Mr. Mayor, I could ask the maker of the motion to provide the reasoning.
Yes,
But he could agree.
Yes, Commissioner Townsend, can you restate your motion with the reason?
Well, let me see on the record. I don't think that really is necessary or appropriate, but since it's been required, yes, the motion was to uphold the denial of this SUP by the planning committee. You've heard strong, credible support and opposition from the neighborhood. There have been violations already there. There has been detriment to the neighborhood based on testimony made at the previous hearing and tonight. And it does not support the growth or benefit of this neighborhood.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. This is for legal. I'm sorry, let me go to Gunner first. Gunner, this facility was not operating with a permit to begin with, correct?
Gunner, Director of Planning and Design. That is correct, sir.
Thank you.
Just as a point of order and clarity, it just normally in most circumstances, you don't have to, our commissions do not have to give a reason for their vote. It just, I think it was a request from our legal, just in case there were some questions that may have some legal implications and concerns from our legal department. But normally, the commissions do not have to give a rationale reason for their votes. They either vote yes or they vote no in most instances. So with that being said, are we clear on the motion? And I believe Commissioner Johnson, you seconded.
I agree with you, Mayor. We should not have to have some reason for it, but I do agree with Commissioner Townsend, and I second her motion.
Okay, clerk, roll call.
And man, because it's been clarified with the motion, I don't believe any further clarification is needed.
Okay, thank you. Clerk, roll call, please.
Roll call, Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Clerk, can you read the next set aside, please?
Under change of zone application, item number 3, COZ 2023-017, Victor Frank Martini II. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to AG Agricultural District to keep farm animals at 6019 Wood End Avenue and 6029 Oak Grove Road, recommended for approval.
I'll ask Mr. Hand to make some opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This case was heard in conjunction with BOZA 2023-028 for a side and front yard setback variance, which were granted by the Board of Zoning Appeals earlier this month. It's also associated with Plat 2023-027 to combine two parcels into one and vacate a portion of a public right-of-way, which was also approved by the City Planning Commission earlier this month. This is a change of zone to maintain a cattle operation on the property. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan area in the Turner Morris neighborhood. Staff received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There was a notice of violation related to unpermitted barn. Staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends approval. One of those conditions is to retroactively receive a building permit for said barn.
Thank you. I'll ask the applicant or representative to present their application if they're available. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Victor and Katie Martini, 6029 Oak Grove Road. We are, like we've discussed, change of zone, and we also had a little issue with the conservation stipulation of what the conservation is asking. Just as far as our setup goes, we'd like to present maybe a different alternative of we also think that it's kind of in between of what conservation is asking so that we can make this situation work as far as the cattle, as conservation is asking for this, for the holding of cattle.
We have a list of what the Wyandotte County Conservation District wanted. And then we have a list of what we would compromise with. And we also paid for a private conservation plan to be drawn up by Atlas Land Consulting. And when we made our responses back to the county before last meeting, October 9th, we did put do not acknowledge to their response on that portion of the conservation. And so we didn't really know that we had to compromise then on October 9th at that meeting. So that's what we're here to do tonight. Do you want me to, I have a printout for you guys, if you guys need a copy of the WICO conservation. If you need to see that.
You can give it to the clerk.
Okay.
For record.
Yes, you may. Can I have one of those, Kate?
Thank you. Does that conclude your statement? You'll have another opportunity to speak.
Yes, maybe, I don't know if you guys want to review that, if maybe we could have some further, if you guys want to review what we're stating and if we could have some further discussion about it, just to basically to lay out why we feel that we'd like to take that procedure instead of what conservation's proposing, if we could.
You'll have an opportunity to follow up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll now open the public hearing. You can have a seat. And ask the clerk if, have you received any direct notification on the who wish to express their comments in favor of the item?
No comments have been received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this item? Seeing none. Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item?
No hands are raised.
Clerk, have you received any direct notification of the public who wish to express their comments in opposition?
No comments have been received.
Is there anyone present in the audience who would like to speak in opposition of this item? Okay, clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition?
No hands are raised.
Okay, I will now close the public hearing. Petitioner, you can come back forward and you can make some closing comments.
Okay, you guys have your WICO conservation. We feel that their comments are more of an urban list of wants. For our property, it's 50 total acres and we're only housing about 10 heifers, calves on this property. We're not a commercial operation here. It's just a hobby farm. And so the things that they're asking not only would be costly, but we would lose about, we believe about half of our property. So the first item is the stream. It really snakes through our property. I don't know, Gunnar, if you can pull up a picture. And it's very heavily treed and heavily brushed around the creek areas. The picture that I passed around is my son. He's almost 10 and he's standing in the creek. I mean, that wall of that creek right there is at least 10 foot tall. So our animals aren't in the creek. They only have access at the crossways where you can drive across. And on the side that they're on currently, there's only 2. So the buffer that they're wanting on 25 feet of either side of the creek, the entire property fenced off, and the treed area, we would lose a ton of our property, our pasture for our animals. The timber area that they want crossed off or fenced off, there goes our forage, our shelter, and our shade for our animals. And then we have done some ground cover and reseeding. This is our 7th year owning the property. So we are willing to do that as needed. We can fence off the crossways to the creek just so that they're not able to enter the creek from the low points, and then make sure they're not able to wade at where the creek comes in on the east side of the property. And then we are willing to geotextile and gravel where we cross to provide long-term protection for the drainage areas. And then we already implement the rotational grazing. It all is fenced off in sections, and we rotate our cattle to give the pasture a break when they're not on it. Anything else to add?
Yes, and as she stated about the creek too, the biggest issue that I know that they were concerned about contamination with the creek, which the only way that the cattle would ever contaminate the creek is if they waded in it. And the creek runs shallow. The last 2 years it's been very dry, so the creek hasn't run at all. There are natural springs in the creek that I do rely on for water source, so I don't have to put out city water. It helps keep my overhead, my costs down, which is nice, especially in the winter months when it's cold and it's hard to keep stock tanks open and you're throwing out hoses. I mean, it could be a burden. Like I said, with them wanting to fence off the creek 25 feet, both sides of it, the way the property is laid out with the brushy areas and stuff, because the property is overgrown. It has been since we bought it, and we've been slowly mulching and keeping up with it and trying to get it perfected to our needs so that we can run our animals on it. But I spent a lot of time maintaining as you can see, the way the creek runs above on the east side, you've got the Highland Crest area. So I get a lot of their stormwater. So I personally spend the time keeping the creek maintained. I have to clean out brush, or we get backfilled and it floods. So we get debris and trash and stuff that we have to clean up. So we work on that too. But like I said, there's no possible way for them to wade in it. And if there is eroded places in the creek, I'd take the time to fix so that there's no issue. And like I said, then they can't swim in it, therefore contaminate it, which makes it nice. And it's just a good water source. And as far as the wooded areas go, fencing off the wooded areas, like Katie said, losing shade, because in the summer months it's very hot and cows don't sweat, so they rely on the shade to help keep cool. And it's much of a kind of a process it is to do outbuildings and shelters for them. The trees provide that natural shelter, which is very nice, so that we don't have to go through that process of trying to get an outbuilding put in. And then you have the maintenance of the building and cleaning it out. So it's kind of a issue there. And then they provide the forage and everything for it too. And then another thing I worry about too is we have perimeter fences on the property to keep the animals on the property, which is well needed, but over excessive on the fencing, I worry about is the wildlife in the area. I mean, I've got a lot of deer on the property, and I personally walk the perimeter fences at least once or twice a month. And I've countless times of helping deer either free from the fence that have been caught up or collecting remains from deer that have been hung up in the fence and died. So you also, which I'm surprised that the conservation didn't mention, but there also is kind of it's a burden kind of for the wildlife and stuff area too, worried about that, this over excessive fencing. So I mean, that's just kind of the issues we're looking at now.
Thank you. Do any commissioners have any questions or comments? Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is staff opposed to this alternate conservation plan?
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Staff relies on the Conservation District as our reviewing agency to provide these conditions of approval. I would recommend that we hold this over for a month so that we confirm this with the Conservation District. I think if you look at the two lists, they're not too far off. I think in the, potentially the most contentious issue would be the fencing off of the creek. Otherwise, if the Board of Commissioners wanted to make a motion to change, to accept these new conditions or these conditions within the Conservation District plan, you could do that, but it would take 8 votes. Again, I would recommend we hold it over for a month. I don't think it would put the Martinis at any disadvantage other than they'd have to come back in a month. They did receive their plat, so their parcel, once recorded, will be combined if it's not recorded already. And they've resolved that issue, which is really the genesis of all of this. And it wouldn't necessarily stop you guys from any operation in the interim. So that would be my recommendation.
And is there any opposition from the applicant if that's the route this commission went?
Like I said, we're, yes, we're close. I'm just like, we're talking about, just eliminating a lot of the fence and, losing some of our pasture. That's the only thing we're really against on their conservation plan. But I don't know why we couldn't find an end to this tonight. I'm not running a cattle operation. Like Katie said, it's a hobby farm. I don't know why we couldn't find some closure on this tonight. I understand Mr. Hand he's by the book. He wants to make sure it's right. And we have to go by conservation. And I don't have a problem with conservation at all, like I said, but there's by the book and there's realistic. And realistically, we need to find an alternative here. It just, the way the creek is, it's windy. It would cost a lot to fence. I do use the creek. I do manage the creek. So cutting that off my access basically. And then, like I said, inhibiting the wildlife, there are a lot of deer on the property, and the over fencing does create a problem for them. So I don't know why we couldn't find a little closure here tonight if we could.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
I have other colleagues who have questions, so I'll stop there. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you, Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. How many acres are we referring to?
There is 50 acres on the property.
And I noticed that you did list that you are implementing the rotational grazing to improve pasture health. That clay soil over there is pretty hard with wildlife running through those wooded areas. I'm sure you have what they call traces where the animals run. And so I imagine that ground is quite compact, and the fact that you've admitted already to reseeding and trying to make that better, I commend you for that, because that's healthy for the animals. The question I have, how many animals do you plan on having on that 50 acres?
Basically what this place is this place. I have places in other counties that we have cattle on. So basically at the end of the year, when I've started weaning off my calves, I select a group of heifers that I like to keep, because at the end of the day, cows get old. They don't have a retirement home. They go to Wendy's, they go to McDonald's. That's the end of it. But when I get rid of these old cows, I've got to have replacement heifers. So it's nice to have a place where I can keep a group of heifers that have a lot of characteristic and stuff that I kind of favor for that. I know there'll be good mothers in the future, and they'll make good cows for me. So I keep those heifers at this place here, and I can hold on to them to a certain age. And then I introduce those back into the herd. We bring in new bloodlines, we get rid of old bloodlines, and then we reintroduce, we have calves all over again. So basically this place is a holding place for me. So it's nice to have a place like that. I do appreciate I try to respect my grass, and I take proper precautions with fertilizing, seeding. There's lots of stuff you can do for land management that I've done over the years that help too. So basically I try not to overload this place. And like I said, it keeps down with my waste and everything. So it's just 10 heifers, 10 replacement heifers is what I'll call them. Sorry.
Thank you. That's what I was getting to, was 10 and 50 acres. And these heifers probably run a couple 100 pounds after. And by the time you get rid of them, they're running, if I remember correctly, most cattle, they like to get rid of them before they reach 1,000 pounds. And so I imagine in that area, I live over that area, quite familiar with a lot of the deer that are over there. A lot of the deer are bigger than some of those heifers.
Yes, they are.
And so I imagine that some of those traces that are over there are committed or caused by the wildlife that's over there. And the fact that you walk your fences to make sure the animals are not, one, safe, but two, not getting out, do you have an idea what it would cost you if you had to meet the conservation's request to fence the stream? Just a rough number, because that's quite a bit of property to have to run a fence line down both sides.
Yes, sir, it would be. And I've got a piece of fence that I need to repair on the very far north end of my property. And I've been kind of looking into woven wire and T-post and corner post, not figuring in my labor, but if I was to do whatever conservation asked, I would say it would be anywhere from $8,000 to $10,000, every bit of. I mean,
Yeah,
just-
and-
there's there's a lot of feet there. It would take a while to do.
Well, I'm a city guy, but I've had families, had farms, and I do like the idea, the compromise that you brought forward in reference to cutting off those edges where the cattle can get in from the crossways, because that does make sense. And if that's a 10-foot drop, I can't imagine a 200-pound heifer even running and jumping off of there that would even survive a fall like that. And so I do appreciate the information you brought forward. And if I may, now I have a question for legal. How, if we were to make a motion to the client has stated, or the applicant has stated they don't want to send this back, they'd like action on it this evening. So if we were to make a motion to approve the alternative, I guess it's the conservation comments that they have presented, how many votes would it take to pass that?
With the alternate, it would take 8.
Take 8 votes. Okay. That's all I have at this particular moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So what triggered the county conservation comments?
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. For all cases that are planned to be rezoned to agricultural, we work with the Conservation District on matters of livestock.
Well, who are they? I've never heard of.
Conservation District is a part of the K-State Extension Program.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna tell you, I think it's absolutely ridiculous to think that somebody's gonna fence off their creek and fence off their timber where cattle go in. I happen to have a couple hundred head of cattle, and not to dispute what Commissioner Burrows, but if you're holding back 200-pound heifers, you better get out of the business. Those are calves. But anyway, so I like the compromise. I know when you talk about rotational grazing and what you're doing to maintain the ground, and it's to your benefit to make sure that you're being good stewards of the ground. And I think with what you've proposed, you are doing that. I wouldn't want to fence off this amount of space. Trees are going to fall. They're going to tear down the fence. You're never going to be able to stay on top of that ever, unless you did pipe fence. And now you're talking about a couple $100,000. So I am of the opinion that I want to make, and I will make the motion to take the recommendations that are presented to us tonight and resolve this tonight. If you guys have paid any attention to the weather, next week it's supposed to be freezing. And I think that we don't need anybody out there fencing creeks off during the winter.
Can you second?
No, thanks.
Okay, it sounds like let me be sure, Commissioner Stites, I believe, can you just be clear on what your motion is?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion that would accept the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 recommendations made by the applicant.
Okay. And that's provided, and the clerk has a copy of that for record that will be presented later. So will be available to the public. So is there any other comment? Okay, I have a motion and a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Bynum,
For clarity, the conservation districts were created by state statute within the Kansas Department of Agriculture. And I think a vote aye would be a vote in favor of the motion that has the amendments. Is that correct? Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. We sure appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
All right. That takes us to our non-consent agenda for planning and zoning. Clerk, could you read that, the first item in its entirety?
Special use permit, item number 1, SP 2023-019, Timothy Okoye with Redeemed Christian Church of God. Special use permit for the temporary use of land to keep a shipping container in the parking lot of a church at 8155 Parallel Parkway. Recommended for approval for 2 years with a 6-1 vote.
Okay, Ms. Tran, if you could make some remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Special use permit is a temporary use of land special use permit for a storage container. Again, a temporary use of land SUP can only be approved for 2 years max. This is in relation to, again, a storage container for furniture related to a church. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan area in the Midtown neighborhood. Their staff received no letters of support. At the first City Planning Commission hearing, there was a member of the public, the adjacent property owner, had issues that staff felt there was a nexus related to it, as that shipping container is in a parking spot. And the adjacent property owner had some parking issues with this use. Planning Commission did not agree with that nexus. But I thought it was important to state here, there are notices of violation on this property that need to be rectified. Staff agrees with Planning Commission's recommendation for 2 years maximum with those conditions. Again, the conditions being to rectify the notice of violation, to move the container from this corner to the southwest corner and provide some additional screening, and to remove an illegal sign on the site.
Thank you. I'll ask the representative petitioner, present the application, if he's available. You online, clerk? No? Okay,
No. Yes.
yes, okay. Petitioner, you can present your application, make your comments.
Good evening, sirs. We have reached an agreement with the county, and we would move the container as we have been asked to do so. So yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
You have further comments? I didn't mean to cut you off. Okay, I'll now open the public hearing. Clerk, have you received any notifications from individuals who wish to express their comments in favor of the item?
No comments have been received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this item? Clerk, is anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item?
No hands are raised.
Clerk, have you received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition?
No comments have been received.
Is there anyone present in the audience who'd like to speak in opposition? Clerk, is anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in opposition to this item?
No hands are raised.
I will close the public hearing. Petitioner, you can make some closing comments if you'd like.
Thank you very much, commissioners. We have started the operation to move the container, and we would abide by every requirement that the Planning Commission has given to us. Thank you.
Okay. Do any members of the commission have any questions? Commissioner Bonham?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. I'll accept that motion. Any further comments, questions?
Oh.
Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mayor. I did have a question for the applicant. what is the long-term plan for the storage of this equipment for the subject church or other churches? These are not the most visually inviting units to have out on property at all. And I know from the time that I've been on the commission, there had been a move for a while to use these storage containers, but it doesn't seem like the type of thing we really want to see for Wyandotte County. So I am wondering, what is the long-term plan for this, and why didn't the church seek a different type of storage situation? Or, yeah, storage situation.
Thank you, ma'am, for that question. So we do plant churches regularly, and we do get donations, and we do procure church items from time to time to be moved to the locations by which the churches have been planted. So we didn't know that this was going to be an issue when we brought the container, and we have asked for 2 years. We have been told we could only have this for 2 years, and we have also been told to move it away from where it's located now. And we are in no way in the way of our neighbor. We are in no way obstructing anything, because the container is not even on the parking lot. The container, if you look at the picture, the view, if you look at it on the corner, is not obstructing anything. It's not in the way of our neighbors. It's just that I just don't know why this should be an issue. But now that we have been told it's an issue, and we would move it, and we have been given 2 years to, as a permit, we are seeking for 2 years permit, after which we would look for another home outside of Wyandotte County to be able to keep storing our items for new churches. So, but it was just a lot of surprise for us that we could not have an additional storage, and we will comply with the City Planning Commission. We will comply with whatever they have said, and we would move it accordingly, ma'am.
Thank you for your explanation. I mean, these things are unsightly. I used to work for a freight transportation company, so I'm very familiar with what they look like. They don't necessarily add to the beautification of any neighborhood. But I think what's important for me that you said that this will be, your plan is that this will be a temporary situation and you have long-term plans for storage. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Commissioner Townsend's comments in reference to how they're viewed. I'm quite familiar with this piece of property, and if I'm also aware that there's a number of businesses that have a frontage on that face the road, and I just don't think it's fair to them to have something as unsightly as a container stuck in the corner of the parking lot. I don't care if it's covered by trees or not available to be seen from the street. It's still not fair to them. If you need storage, we have public storage facilities that can be utilized to store furniture. I'm not trying to sound insensitive. I just believe that this corner business should not have a container on its property to impact the view and or the presence of the businesses along the storefront. And I would hope that we would, as a body, be prudent in looking at how we are viewed when we have containers stored all over our property in individual property areas. That's just my comment, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites.
Thank you, Mayor. I think 2 years is a pretty doggone gracious amount of time to have a unsightly shipping container sitting there. Does the church have a basement or a garage? Can the applicant answer that? Do any of the churches have basements or garages?
Petitioner, are you still there? There was a question for you.
Yes, I am here. We do not have a basement. We have a fellowship hall that we do allow the public whenever they approach us to use. And we do not have a basement. And again, we would, at the expiration of the 2 years, we will make sure that this is removed from the premises.
Right. I mean, I can appreciate the answer of 2 years, but that's 2 years that other people got to look at it.
It's going to be moved to the southwest corner of our building. It's no longer on Parallel Parkway, and so.
Okay.
Commissioner, if I may, this board has the authority to reduce the amount of time if you can get 8 votes to change the recommendation of the planning commission. Say 1 year. Vote on.
Is that a 8x20 shipping container, 20-foot shipping container?
I think yes, I think that's correct. It's a smaller one.
We have places that have shipping container storage here, matter of fact, in Wyandotte County. And that can be resolved, this weekend. I think a year's too long, to be honest. I think it's unfair to the other businesses around there. We wouldn't allow a dumpster to not be shielded. And quite frankly, dumpsters look a little bit nicer when you see the trash that is all around it. It's grown up. It's, I'm not in favor of it being there at all. That's. I know there's already been a motion, but.
Well, what I would say, just as a matter of fact, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design, if this commission chose to amend their recommendation to a lesser year or 6 months or whatever it may be, the applicant could come back and ask for a renewal for up to that 2 years still. So just as a course of action, let's say hypothetically you gave 6 months to get out or 3 months to get out, he could come back in 3 months and request an extension of it to 2 years. So you'd either get another bite of the apple or they could come back. And does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And let me ask you this. So there's multiple churches is what I'm understanding, right?
I believe this church, as the applicant mentioned, they plant a lot of other churches. So he's creating a network of churches. Yes.
So maybe there's a location at one of these other churches. I think this kind of goes back to like what we were talking about in the downtown northeast area, right? Of unsightly, accepting what's not sightly or what the people in the area don't want to see and accepting it. And I think this is the same situation. Take it somewhere else. Take it out of Wyandotte County. We don't allow it anywhere else. So I'm not in favor of it sitting there at all.
Commissioner Bynum.
Mayor, I'm willing to retract my motion. I would ask legal's assistance in how to properly do that.
McKiernan, withdraw a second.
Thank you.
I think you've done it.
Yeah. Commissioner Burrows has a question.
Thank you. So I want to ensure that now we don't have a motion. We could make a motion for denial altogether, and that would remedy the situation. It would be done, right?
Yes, you need.
That is correct.
Yep. I make a motion to deny.
Stites second.
Any further comment or discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call. Bynum,
No.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites. Vote is 8-1. The motion carries.
Okay. Thank you. That takes us to our next item. Clerk, can you read that in its entirety, please?
Item SP 2023-047, Lance Pierce with Carrot Vacation Rental Management. This item was continued from our September 28th meeting. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 3917 Fisher Street. Recommended for approval for 1 year with a 6-2 vote.
Thank you. Mr. Hand, can you make some opening remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This case was held over from the August agenda, I believe. No, sorry, last month's agenda. This is a special use permit for a short-term rental that is non-owner occupied. This one's located in the Rosedale area plan. Staff had received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. There are no notices of violation associated with this parcel. Staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends approval for 1 year with conditions, including a maximum of 6 people at maximum at any given time, and a maximum of 3 cars off street. This property does have some sidewalk and other house repairs that they need to address, as you can kind of see here.
Okay, thank you. As the applicant, you can make some comments or remarks.
Hi, my name is Lance Pierce. I'm seeking a short-term rental for the Fisher address. We have addressed a lot of the concerns that you guys have raised, and so I think we are kind of all in line, and what we haven't addressed already, we've got planned to have addressed. So
Thank you. Can, for the record, can you state your name and address again for us?
my name is Lance Pierce, 3917 Bell Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing. Clerk, have you received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of the item?
No comments were received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of the item? Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in favor of the item?
No hands are raised.
Clerk, have you received any notifications for anyone who would like to express their opposition to this item?
No comments have been received.
Is there anyone present who'd like to speak in opposition to this item? Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in opposition?
No hands are raised.
I will now close the public hearing. Petitioner, you can make some closing comments if you'd like. Applicant, petitioner?
No, I don't have any comments unless you guys have questions.
Okay, thank you. Do any members of the commission have any comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor, as a point of clarification, I misspoke earlier. I apologize. I said there was no opposition. We didn't see any letters, but there were people at the planning commission hearing that did speak in opposition to it. So I'm sorry for that mistake.
Thank you, Mr. Hand. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is in my district. It is literally the street behind where I live. The neighborhood that this is in, it's very quiet. It's very family friendly. I know this will be the first one in the block, which under our new rules would negate no other STRs to apply within this 3900 block. And I do see that they are part of the conditions of approval are repairing the sidewalk or be it replaced, the utility line, steps, secure handrail raised or installed. But again, going to Rosedale, the master plan, this is zoned as a single family home. And unfortunately in Rosedale, we have a lot of conforming and non-conforming STRs to our code. So I do not think this one should. Think it should remain as it is. As this part of Rosedale, this neighborhood has not been touched yet by an STR as far as we know. I don't want to start that yet. So I would move for denial based on nonconformity to the neighborhood and nonconformity to the Rosedale master plan.
For a second.
Okay. Any other commissioners have any comments, questions? Commissioner McKiernan.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Hand, was this one of the properties that was operating as an unpermitted STR?
No.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. There is a motion and a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you, Clerk. Can you read our next item, item number 3 in its entirety?
Item number 3 is SP 2023-061. Tatum Phillip, also continued from our September 28th, 2023 meeting. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 809 Central Avenue, recommended for approval for 1 year at a 6-1 vote.
Thank you. Mr. Hand, can you make some opening remarks, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. This is another special use permit for a short-term rental. This one, as the previous item, was also held over from last month. This one is in the central area plan. Staff received no letters of support, no letters of opposition. There are no notices of violation related to this property. Staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends approval for 1 year with conditions, including a maximum of 6 people at any time on the property and a maximum of 2 cars off street only at any time. This property does need to address a violation in the rear yard. It's completely paved in the rear yard, violating the open space issue. If you remember, we had a case similar to this with a short-term rental. We made them come in and just do the parking strips. And so there is a solution here. We'd have to follow up with that. The applicant may reach out for a BOZA if they wanted to go that route as well. But that is part of the conditions of approval, is to rectify this, excuse me, as well as to provide some additional enhanced screening.
Thank you. I'll ask the applicant or representative to present your comments or application. Please state your name, address.
You'll need to unmute.
I believe you need to unmute if you're trying to speak.
We have a name online with Tatum. It appears to be the applicant. You'll need to unmute, please.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I didn't know you were on me. Hello.
Go ahead, state your name, please.
This is Tatum Phillip.
Just state your name and address, and then go ahead and you can make your case to the commission.
Okay, I'm so sorry. This is Tatum Phillip. My address is 809 Central Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, 66101. I missed everything. I've been on hold for a while. I'm so sorry. I'll just tell you what I know. I purchased this house and I did not realize I needed a permit at the time. When I found out about Kansas City, Missouri needing permits for Airbnb, I looked into Wyandotte. I saw I needed one and I immediately filed. So was there anything else you were wanting to know about my case?
Well, what's your request, ma'am?
I am filing or asking for a special use permit to do short-term rental at my property.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing and ask the clerk if any notifications were received from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of the item.
No comments were received.
Is there anyone present in the audience who'd like to speak in favor of this item? Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in favor of the item?
No hands are raised.
Clerk, have you received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition?
No comments have been received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to this item? Clerk, is anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in opposition?
No hands are raised.
We'll now close the public hearing. Petitioner, applicant, you can make some closing comments if you'd like. Ms. Tatum,
I'm good, thank you.
you're good? Okay. Do any members of the commission have any questions or comments? We have Commissioner McKiernan.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Hand, the applicant just gave her address as 809 Central, and that's the address of this STR. Will this be owner occupied?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. No, it is not.
So the applicant does not live at 809 Central?
No.
If I may ask the applicant, what is your home address, please?
It's 701 Berkeley Parkway, Kansas City, Missouri, 64120.
Thanks. For the benefit of everybody else who comes before us, that's what we're asking for when we ask for your name and your address, not the address of the property that's under consideration. Mr. Hand, was this property operating without a permit?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Yes, this one came in from the cold. It's been operating for about 2 years.
And during that time, other than the completely paved backyard, which needs to be remediated, were there any other code violations?
No.
You said that during the public hearing, there were no comments either in favor or in opposition?
That's correct.
And during the time that it was operating without a permit, were there any neighborhood complaints regarding tenants of this facility?
None reported.
And were there any police calls for service recorded at this
No, sir.
address? I would move to approve this request with the stipulation that the parking in the rear of the building be remediated per the suggestion from planning and zoning regarding the parking strips.
Markley, second.
Okay. I'll accept that motion and that second. Is there any further comments from this commission? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call. Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Stites. Vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Clerk, can you read the next item to its entirety?
The next item on non-consent is SP 2023-062, Rachel Mills. Special use permit to operate a drinking establishment at 612 North Fifth Street. Recommended for approval for 2 years with a 5-2 vote.
Ms. Rand, can you open up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. This is a special use permit for a drinking establishment. This is the old Chintas and formerly Sarah's on the Hill. This is in the central area plan. Staff received no letters of support. There was one member of the public in opposition at the City Planning Commission earlier this month. There are some older notices of violation on the property. All have been remediated, rectified, and staff agrees with Planning Commission's recommendation for approval for 2 years.
Thank you. I'll ask the applicant or representative to present your comments and application.
Yes, this is Rachel Mills. My address is 501 Beach Street, Kansas City, Kansas, 66111. I'm applying for a special use permit for a drinking establishment at the location of 612 North Fifth Street, Kansas City, Kansas.
Okay. I'll now open the public hearing. Clerk, have you received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of the item?
No comments have been received.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak in favor of this item? Clerk, is anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in favor?
No hands are raised.
Clerk, have you received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition to the item?
No comments were received.
Is there anyone present in the audience who'd like to speak in opposition to this item? Clerk, is anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in opposition?
No hands are raised.
I'll close the public hearing. Petitioner, applicant, you can make some closing comments if you'd like.
Rachel Mills.
Ms. Mills, you can make some closing comments if you like. Rachel Mills?
I'm so sorry. I have no closing comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do any members of the commission have any questions or comments? Commissioner McKiernan?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to clarify from the applicant, you do live in Kansas City, Kansas? Is that what I heard?
Ms. Mills? Rachel
Yeah,
Mills?
sorry, I live in Edwardsville, Kansas.
In Edwardsville. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners? Okay, I'll entertain a motion. For item number 4, special use permit 2023-062 as recommended. Commissioner McCarron.
Thank you. Mr. Hand, remind me, are there any conditions for this approval in the staff report?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Yes, sir, there are. There's the standard conditions that we apply to all drinking establishments. And then at the City Planning Commission hearing, I believe based on the concern of the person in opposition there, they added 2 conditions. One was to change the hours of operation to end the cease at midnight. They were originally proposing 1 o'clock. Again, bars can go till 2 a.m. in the state of Kansas. And the other one was to say that they could not have outdoor seating for this bar. Again, it's not a restaurant anymore. It is a bar, so it's a different use. And they didn't want those. They didn't want this specific business to have the benefit of the Streets for People ordinance.
So then this staff request for action does include those 2 stipulations as you just stated.
That's correct. We carried those over from Planning Commission into there. I should have mentioned in my opening comments. I apologize.
With that, move to approve as submitted.
Markley, second.
Okay. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just curious before voting, what was Planning Commissioner Miller and Muller's reasoning for not voting for approval?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. I think they sided with the applicant and they felt that there were too many, there's a growing concentration of bars on Fifth Street.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stikes. Okay, Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. Do we have an ordinance about how close you can be to a recreational facility? I know we have a lot of young people that are utilizing that area for track practice and outdoor athletics. And so I'm just kind of curious if there's an ordinance about how many feet they have to be away from a place like that.
Sure. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. The only use that requires a buffer in our ordinance is a liquor store.
Okay, thank you.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any further comments? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call. Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
No.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites. The vote is 8-1. The motion carries.
Thank you, clerk. You read the next item, its entirety.
Item number 5, SP 2023-067. Megan Duma with MD Rental Homes LLC. Special use permit for a short-term rental at 2706 Esplanade Lane. No recommendation by sitting planning commission with a tie of 4-4.
Thank you. Excuse me. Staff?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, with that yawn, you kind of sounded like Kermit the Frog.
Sorry.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This is, sorry. This is a short-term rental for a special, a special use permit for a short-term rental. It is also non-owner occupied. This use and this owner had a previous approval for a short-term rental, but did not apply for the renewal in time. So it is effectively now a new short-term rental application. Excuse me. This is within the citywide comprehensive plan area, just outside the Rosedale area plan. It's basically in Rosedale. Staff received no letters of support. There was opposition to this case. I apologize. We have since received letters of support from the applicant after the Planning Commission. We have also received letters in opposition, and there was opposition at the City Planning Commission hearing. There are no notices of violation associated with this property. Staff agrees with the so technically at the planning commission, this ended in a 4-4 tie, which is no recommendation, which by default is a recommendation of approval. So I'll just say staff sticks by its original recommendation of approval for 1 year with conditions, 7 people max, 3 cars off street max.
Thank you. Applicant, you can present.
Good evening. My name is Megan Duma. I reside at 4520 West 65th Street, Prairie Village, Kansas, which is about 10 minutes drive to this property. I've owned this property since November of 2019. I've had no codes violations on this property. I have 3 letters of my neighbors. 2 of them are directly adjacent to me that are supporting my continued use because they've had no issues with any of my guests whatsoever. I also have planted my own family garden on this property. It's an organic garden. And I visit and am at this property very often with my 4 children. I just think it's awesome. And we like to hang out there because it's very beautiful. Now, as you can see, I tied at the City Planning Commission meeting, and that vote was a tie 4-4, which brings me to kind of a long-winded explanation as to how that happened. I have 2 neighbors who I believe are present tonight. Both live beyond 200 feet beyond my property. So I realized that they did not get the neighborhood notification that's required because of the list that got sent to me was only for those that are 200 feet within my property. One of them lives up the street on Shawnee Drive, and one of them lives closer to Merriam Drive on Esplanade Lane. So the person who spoke the most at the hearing in front of the City Planning Commission, her name is Betty McGill, and she is here tonight. She is the write-in candidate for District 3 and lives on this street. Betty, as I was reaching out to the neighbors who I got letters of support from, I started asking them, you know, what's going on with Betty, and it is not. I am not the only one that she has targeted with false allegations. And before the City Planning Commission, she made false allegations about my family, about this property, and about myself. So I have to go in and address these because she's going to stand up before you tonight and say the exact same things that she did on October 9th. I have evidence that I've submitted to the city clerk, and I'd like to go through her allegations one by one. And I would like to submit my evidence refuting them. So to begin, I'd like to start with a timeline. Is there any way to bring up my exhibits? Like the timeline? Oh, I don't know if we can make it go the other way. Sorry, it's hard to see when it's like that. There we go. Thank you, Gunnar. So I bought the property on November 4th of 2019, as you can see. I actually, before I even bought it, I bought it from a 50-year-old woman-ish named Christy Farrell. Really nice lady. She was very much in support of me doing a short-term rental. I have other short-term rentals in the Kansas City area. I have I have this one. I have hopefully another one that is operating not as a short-term rental illegally in Strawberry Hill that I'll be in front of you guys with next month. And those are the only 2 that I have in Wyandotte County. I also have 2 in Kansas City, Missouri, and I have one in Shawnee, one in Lenexa. And so, yeah, I do this all over equally, and I hopefully do as good of job all over. So I spent $40,000 renovating this property, and I have some before and after photos that you can see what I've done. It was mostly cosmetic renovations, tearing out old carpet, painting, things like that, and then furnishing it. And all these exhibits are part of this file. So if you would like to go through them after, so we don't have to go through everything one by one. Now, I had my first special use permit issued in 2019 because Miss Farrell, Christy, she let me start the application before I had purchased the property. And that was great. Then I spent 6 months renovating, and then I was ready to open legally March in 2020, and the world shut down because of COVID and we were on lockdown. So I ended up housing some people who were in town to do cancer treatments at KU Med, and they had gotten kicked out of another more of a group living, not group living in the sense that we've talked about earlier, but a group living for patients seeking treatments. And so I wasn't sure what I was going to do with the property at that point. We had some short-term, some long-term. Through COVID, I wasn't sure what was going to happen. And so I didn't actually seek my new special use permit until March 26, 2021. Now, about during this period, or just before this period, where it says April 2020 on the timeline, that actually should be April 2021. Tufts Tree Service. Okay, so Tufts Tree Service is a one-man arborist named Chris Johnson, who's my husband. And he sometimes has one employee from time to time that help him, if you ever had tree work done at your house, take tree limbs down, drag the brush and chip it, okay? He was moving from Lawrence to move in with me in Prairie Village. We had purchased this property to start a garden, to do a short-term rental, and we allowed him to park his truck and his trailer there at night. Chris thought it would be a good idea to start processing firewood for our own personal home, for our wood burning stove there. It became a mess. And I came before you guys 2 years ago, and I had remedied everything. We'd stacked the wood. There was no more, Chris was not putting any more firewood here. And he's here tonight. He's going to testify as well. And so we took care of everything. But this really made Miss McGill angry, this period of when it was kind of not looking good. And so I got my permit despite her complaints last time, but this time she's going to come before you and she's going to show you the same photos from last time. Now, I got my second special use permit issued August 5th, valid August 5th, 2021 to August 5th, 2023. And during that time, sorry, where was I? During that time, Mr. Johnson, my husband, actually decided to shut down his tree business, and we work together now. So it took him about 11 months or so, but he sold that trailer. He sold a truck. It's just hard sometimes for, men to let go of trucks that they love. So we were able to get that all taken care of. We did not do any of that in anticipation of getting being before you again, asking for another special use permit for a short-term rental. After this truck and firewood issue was resolved, Miss McGill takes incredible issue with my garden. She calls it, she accuses us of never having grown anything there. She says that we put up the world's ugliest fence. And what this has to do with my short-term rental special use permit is absolutely nothing. I use this property personally. I use it for my own garden, my children, my dog. We go there and hang out. My kids did the endless outdoors program with Nick Christensen just across the way. Like, we're part of the community. We don't live there. We live 10 minutes away, but we are part of the community. So I'm not going to go through every single thing that Betty said, but I do have an exhibit that you guys can reference. Some things that I do want to highlight if there are concerns about the way that I'm maintaining my property. Like I said, the tree issue was resolved before you guys gave me my permit last time. 6 months later, Chris completely wrapped up his business. I've never gotten a code violation for any portion of operating a tree service at this property. I do have a valid business license currently to operate a short-term rental. One of the really troubling things that Miss McGill accused me of is that she said that I was commenting on my Facebook. Now, she's been trolling my Facebook. Literally, I'm not friends with her. Trolling means bullying online. She'll come in, and when I'll ask my friends a question like, hey, I love this Airbnb, why is it not doing better? She trolls it with a post that says, maybe this has something to do with it, and posts these nasty photos and makes nasty comments, accusing me of paramilitary training operations, of housing migrant workers for my tree business. Completely absurd things. I'm an attorney. I'm a mother of 4. I don't even know what paramilitary training is. And she continues with these allegations that are just absurd. So this chart that I have here, she goes through saying, I knew I only had a 1-year permit. I didn't. I had a 2-year permit. She said I had a very large event on Sunday, October 17th, and now she's renting it out as an event space. That never happened. I did have an event from 4 to 8 p.m. I hired a local jazz band because this was, again, in the middle of COVID. This is 2021, October 2021. Everyone's in masks. You can't go anywhere. So I had friends and family come to the property, and we listened to jazz for 4 hours and kind of like a fall festival for some of my friends, family, and real estate and law clients. And I'm allowed to do that. It's not I'm allowed to invite people to my property. But according to her, I was renting it out. And she said the police came. The police did come. Guess who called them? I did. I called the non-emergency line and I told them, we've got neighbors that are an issue. We're going to have cars here. If you need anything, I'll be here. I spoke to the police when they arrived. They were totally cool. There was no issues whatsoever. She also accuses me of, I have a garden gnome that has its middle finger up. The name of the garden is called the Gnome Grown Garden. I've got like 12 or 15 gnomes in that garden, and I have pictures of them that I've submitted, and that actually we'll go through there. We go to Exhibit O by chance? Or are they all just by name?
Indexing. No, they're all what you're presenting. Which one?
Oh, okay. Betty exhibits. Okay, and so this is just the list of exhibits, and you can just scroll down a little bit. Okay, these are the before and after photos I was talking about. This is the property before I did the renovations. And you can scroll down. That's the property after. This is my application in 2019 for the special use permit. This is just following up with Ms. Parker for my 2021 special use permit. Okay, let's go back. Let's go up a little bit. One more. Okay, but you can keep going. I'm sorry. Thank you, Gunnar. Keep going. We had a fence one there. Okay, so she made a huge deal about how my fence was the world's ugliest fence and that there are all these fence problems. It was probably illegal and that had nothing to do with gardening. So I just wanted to point out that this is an email that I sent before I built the fence to codes to Bill Nagel, who's retired since then, just making sure that I was following everything that I was supposed to do when I built this fence. I looked into it. He sent me the setback requirements and everything, and I followed the law. This is a picture. Okay, so this is Exhibit H. This is a picture of our planted garden. And Betty said that we never planted the garden, or we planted it once and all that we grew was green peppers and nobody ever came to harvest them. These are all lies. This is the garden planted in 2021. Let's go down, please. This is in June of 2021, the garden growing. These are cucumbers that we harvested, planted and picked and harvested. Heirloom tomatoes, various kinds of squash. Some serrano peppers. Yes, we did have peppers. These are pumpkins. And the reason these are all come from our garden here, and this is our home. This is where we took from our garden to our home. So I hate to belabor everything that she said that was not true. There were a couple of things that were true that I was not aware of. She said that we have a lot of overgrowth in the property. And it was the first time I'd heard about overgrowth being a problem for visibility. I come and go from the property often, as I've mentioned. And so part of our driveway was blocked and there was a little bit of overgrowth on the road. So immediately after we heard these comments from Ms. McGill on October 9th, we took care of it. And if you can keep scrolling down. Keep going. Oh, sorry. Can we go back up real quick? And I just want to point this out to Commissioner Townsend, up again. If you can go up again. So this is up just a little bit more. Sorry, Gunnar. This is just showing that Tufts Tree Service on Google is permanently closed. They no longer operate, and their website has been taken down. They've been closed since November of 2021, almost 2 years. And if you want to scroll down for me, there you go. Yeah. And then stop there. Scroll up just a little bit. This is Betty trolling me on Facebook, getting on my Facebook page and posting photos that came from well before that time period, just to be nasty. And then accusing me of paramilitary training operations. Scroll down here. This one's hard to see, but this is where this supposed me saying that there's paramilitary training operations happening at the property came from. This is a post I put something like, isn't this property beautiful? I love it. I can't wait to do a short-term rental here. Like, this is what I do for a living. And my uncle Bob Hanslick, who lives in Colby, Kansas, he commented, perhaps a refuge for the homeless. Funny, funny face, funny face, funny face. This a friend says nice. And then my father, who's here tonight, will testify, said, awesome, Megan, we can start early paramilitary training there next spring. Now, for anyone, and I know many of you know my father, it was completely a joke, and we did no paramilitary training operations. But Betty's getting on my private Facebook page and then making accusations and spreading these rumors around the neighborhood and trying to gain support from other neighbors for whatever she opposes. And I'm not the only one that she's done this with. There was another neighbor who I spoke with who wanted to rezone to agricultural, and she went around to all the neighbors behind him and she told them that he wanted to do a housing development. He busted her doing that and was able to tell them the truth and set the record straight and got his rezone to agricultural. The reason I'm going into so much of this about Betty is because she impacted what the city planning commission, how they voted. One of the city planning commissioners said, oh, I remember this case, and thought that I was still at it. It was 1:45 in the morning when it was 12:45 in the morning when Betty came to the podium, and I was not prepared. I am prepared now, and I submit all these exhibits to protect my record. So she cannot do this to me, hopefully, or to anyone else ever again. There was also an issue that she brought up. So we took care of the any overgrowth on the property, so there could be sight lines. We didn't have any codes for it, just based on her comments from October 9th. And then she took a picture so oftentimes on many properties on this street, there's a ton of wildlife, and they will break into the trash bins if the trash bins aren't completely shut and locked. You have to shut and lock them. We had locks, but we had a longer term tenant that broke the locks, and that he didn't take the trash out when he should have. So unfortunately for me, on the day that I had the hearing on October 9th, Betty's pictures of the trash being everywhere were true. The trash was everywhere. There was nothing we could do about it. It was the tenant did it. We picked it up the next day, and we've now since moved the trash to the rear of the property, where even if the animals do get into it, nobody else can see it. We've resecured locks, but we've taken another step, and we've hired a person to come every single week to pick up trash around the property and to make sure that the trash goes out and comes back. His name is Tyson Bonner, and Chris will speak to that as well. We also had an issue come up that is true about we had a dog. So I allow people that rent the property to bring their pets. It's a pet friendly property. And we had one person who had a dog who was off the leash and she wasn't paying attention to it. One of the one of the residents of the street reached out to me on Facebook, and I commented to her, I responded to her immediately, and I said, no, that's not acceptable. We will get out there, right? I'll contact the guest immediately, and Chris will go there right now to make sure that this dog is taken care of. We do not want, but here's the thing with tenants, whether they're long-term or short-term, you're not going to get that kind of responsiveness for long-term tenants, which is the option here. We were there immediately. Chris drove directly there, it was in there within 15 minutes, made sure the dog was secured. She was a nurse sleeping at night, so she wasn't paying attention to her animals like she should have been. So we talked with her and got it taken care of. Now, those go over most of what Betty will be accusing me of tonight, and she'll go through it all for you, and she'll have her photos. But what's so interesting about this is a lot of the things that she's accusing me of, she actually has happening on her own property. She has a nuisance swimming pool that does not have a fence around it that's required. She has a trailer home with a tarp over it that's in the grass against code. And she also, on the day that Chris was taking care of the foliage and the blockage, she sent her husband out, who's known as Smokey, I guess, to the neighbors. And he cut down some of the foliage that was blocking the road to the back of their property. Now that road's called Glen Rose Lane. It gets trashed by people, not us, and it's not the McGills. They just dump stuff there all the time. Well, Mr. McGill, after he was done cutting, just left all of his branches in the middle of the road. Very dangerous. And she's been very adamant about Chris and business licenses and the Tufts Tree Service thing. Miss McGill owns a a company called Vital Signs. It has not had a valid business license in KCK for the last 2 years. Also today, she has a motorcycle that's parked on grass and a truck that's parked on grass. I don't care about these things and I hate doing this, but I have to show you who is going to stand up and be my opposition. So a reminder that we're talking about a special use permit for a short-term rental. I am local, I am responsive. I have invested in making the property better and I care. I have done my best not to be illegal. And to a question, Commissioner McCarron, that I know you're going to ask. I have been working way too much lately. And I went out of town with my family over summer for like 2 weeks to take a break. And it was during that time period that I couldn't get to the first meeting that I needed to get onto the agenda to get legal. That's why I lapsed by like 5 days, or now it's been longer, but yeah. And for the most part, I haven't even been hosting that many short-term renters. Most of mine have been 2 weeks to 30 days. Again, I have a good track record, except with Betty and the people she's convinced that I'm doing things that I'm not doing. And I'd ask, please, that you issue my special use permit for a short-term rental at 2706 Esplanade Lane.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing and ask the clerk if any notifications were received from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of this item.
No comments have been received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this item? Clerk, is anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to back up one. We do have someone. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is John Duma, 9503 Chestnut, Lenexa, Kansas. I've been a practicing lawyer in this town for about 45 years, retired about 1.5 years ago. I know a bunch of you. I knew Detective Garner when I was a district attorney, and I knew Detective Garner and as he went further up when I was a criminal defense attorney in this town. You know, this woman keeps suggesting that I'm a paramilitary liaison, I guess. My brother-in-law and I were passing jokes back and forth 5 years ago on a private Facebook. I don't even know how you troll. I don't even know how you get into somebody else's Facebook, but she did it. And she keeps claiming that I am in charge of some sort of paramilitary outfit at this property. That is just a gross misrepresentation of the truth. And that's all I wanted to say. I tried to talk my daughter into putting money into this county. And I want her to invest in this county, honest to God. And when she does in other places, the values of the properties go around because she takes really, really good care of her short-term rentals. And I just, that's all I have to say. And I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone joining us virtually? Clerk, who would like to speak in favor of the item?
No hands are raised.
Okay. Clerk, have you received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition to the item?
No comments have been received.
Is there anyone present in the audience who would like to speak in opposition to the item? So please state your name and address for record.
Hi, I'm Betty McGill. I live at 2762 Esplanade Lane. Okay, thank you. I walk this neighborhood all the time because I walk my dog. And the first thing that I want to bring up is the last commissioners meeting where it was 4 to approve and 4 to deny. It was said that she had a 2-year permit. I had the minutes of that meeting, and that's simply not the truth. Anybody can look at them that they want to. Commissioner Bydom right here said that that is correct and changing from 2 years to 1. And right here, 1 year instead of 2 years. Okay, I didn't make that up. Commissioner Ramirez said in this minutes to the meeting, I would support the new conditions. I would ask Ms. Juma going forward to be forthright with us, continue being forthright with our planning staff, because we wouldn't have found out about the tree service not living in Lawrence anymore. Him forwarding his mail to the Airbnb unless I had asked those questions. I think personally, and I'm sure Gunner and Planning Department would agree as well, that that information was vital, that very important, that we should have that in the beginning. So I just ask you going forward that you are forthright with us and the Planning Department and your neighbors. Like I said, I support the approval with conditions so that you're Gunner. So thank you, Gunner, for all that you've done. Thank you, Ms. Duma, for coming before us tonight and presenting this to us. So I am not the crazy lady of the neighborhood as I am depicted, and I do not troll Facebook pages. That paramilitary training thing was actually brought to me. I didn't look it up, and they were concerned. I had no idea that they were joking. I'm reading that we could make yurts there, tree houses there.
1
I
minute
had been
remaining.
told that, you know, you could do paramilitary training there. So I didn't know that it was a joke. If it was a joke, I didn't know that. So I did have a concern about that because, of course, who would want paramilitary training in their neighborhoods? Now, I sent pictures to everybody of what the property looked like before Miss Duma bought it, and I sent properties after Miss Duma brought it. And yes, she did have a garden 1 year, and I walked by there every single day. I probably know more about her property than she does because I do walk my dog every day past that property. And last year, there was probably a ton of green peppers that were never picked. I don't know what she does with this garden, but I know right now it's not a garden and it is fenced in weeds. And the overgrowth that she has now taken care of, it's a shame that I even had to bring it to the attention of her because I had to drive around it every day or it has to rub
Your
on the
time
side
has
of my truck.
expired.
I guess my time has expired. All I can say is I am not the only neighbor that does not want this going on. She did have the truck and the trailer there all the way until August when she applied for this permit. The tree service was going on there for months on end, and I have every
Miss McGill,
letter.
thank you. You can leave that with the clerk and we can put that in a record for you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually like to speak in opposition? Oh, we got one more. Come forward. Please state your name and address for record.
My name is Cheryl Mendez. I live at 2556 Espinal. And I think you, Mayor, and Commissioner Ramirez made a good point tonight. Why do people come to Wyandotte County and to neighborhoods that people have lived there for 45 years? They buy a beautiful piece of property that had a beautiful yard and they turned it in to a nightmare with cattle fencing, big logs for fence posts. It has not been maintained as it's been presented tonight. It was more beautiful. Maybe the inside wasn't, but we're looking at the outside. It was more beautiful to the neighborhood at that time before she laid her hands on it. I've been there for 45 years. Betty's been there for 40. And just like Mr. Ramirez said, he does not want a Airbnb behind where he lives because it doesn't add to the neighborhood at this time. This is not added to our neighborhood. The permit did lapse 14 months ago, but because of the commissioner on the planning commission the other night saying it had a 2-year, I retrieved the minutes from that meeting today from the clerk, and they stated on there because of the stipulations, they would only give her a year, which that expired in 2022. She's been 14 months out on a permit, and those are in official minutes of that meeting. And it was all voted on by the commission that's sitting here tonight to pass that for 1 year. So she has gotten away with 14 months of not having a permit. If I ran a business without a permit or a license that long, I would be in deep trouble. I probably would not be allowed to go ahead and operate. But it seems like this whimsical picture she has brought forth that she chops up wood and take carts it home to burn in her little fireplace and grows vegetables. I don't care about that. If she wants to live in that fairyland, I don't see it there because it's not. It has absolutely brought the value of our property down, and Redevelopment, like many communities in Wyandotte, went downhill for a long time, but it's come back up. The neighbors have taken a care in their homes and brought them back up, but this
1
one
minute
went
remaining.
the other way. And I ask you tonight to please deny this permit for the sake of our community. It has not added anything to this street in Wyandotte County. I don't know why people have to come from Johnson County, Missouri, and everywhere else to put their Airbnbs in Wyandotte County. There must be something to it, because I don't know that it's a vacation destination on anybody's map to come to Wyandotte County, stay in Airbnb. There has to be some other reason for all of them over here. Either it's the leniency of the city not making them comply, and they know they can get away with it. And that's why the two commissioners put in the rental have permits, is because we had too many slumlords coming into this county. Now it's took another turn, and it's little short-term Airbnbs that are not being kept up and are not adding to the community. So I thank you for your time, and I hope you make a good decision on this.
Okay. Thank you. Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in opposition to this item?
Yes, the first speaker is James Bain. Mr. Bain, if you'll unmute and introduce yourself.
Hi, I would actually like to speak in support. I was just not quick enough, but if I cannot speak and miss my turn, I will stop. But if I can, I would speak in support.
That opportunity has expired, but thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Clerk, anyone else joining us virtually who'd like to speak in opposition?
We have one other hand raised from Chris Johnson. Mr. Johnson, please unmute and identify yourself.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. This is Chris Johnson. I had my hand raised when the chance came up to speak in support, but I wasn't called on. Is there any way we can go back and address that?
Thank you for your interest. That opportunity has expired. Thank you. Clerk, is there anyone who's joining us virtually who'd like to speak in opposition on this item?
No other hands are raised.
Okay, I'll now close the public hearing. Would the petitioner, the applicant, like to make some closing comments?
Mayor, Megan Duma, Prairie Village. Would it be out of order to allow Chris Johnson to explain the garden? It would be out of order? Okay. Then in that case, I'll do my best. Chris has a degree in biodiversity, and it was one of the first gardeners to sell produce at the Brookside Organic Farmers Market, like 15, 20 years ago, something like that. And the garden is not just an eyesore. It is a very, very substantial investment actually into the property. They are not just big wood logs that Chris cut down. We bought these hedge posts that are very well known to keep out deer that are in the area around the property. The first year we planted this garden, and mind you, it is a very large garden. It has trenches that are dug 3 feet deep that we filled with mulch. So when the rainwater comes off of the road, the mulch catches it and allows us to not have to use water, and the plants are able to get the water from the mulch in the garden. The first year that we planted it was 2021, and we went and planted all these sweet potatoes, and the next day, literally after like all day's work, deer had come and destroyed all the plants. And so we looked into the fencing, we put up the fencing that was appropriate, and it's the appropriate fencing to keep out deer from eating these plants. So that's to speak to the garden. Betty just said something that I wanted to bring up. Can we just go please again to the exhibits, Betty exhibits? And It's about midway through exhibit number K. So that's the end. So I'm looking for, yes, that's it right there and there. So just one at a time, please. Sorry, are they up or am I seeing what they are seeing? Okay, so she said that the truck and trailer were there this August. That is not true. The truck is the 1990 Ford F-350. It was listed on 11/25 and that was 2022. It sold, and you can go to the next screen. It sold for at that $13,000 mark. Do we have a date? Yes, January 2023. So it was almost a year ago. She's not telling the truth. And there are so many examples in this documentation where she just did not tell the truth. So you should please just disregard her comments and those of Cheryl Mendez, who they're obviously very good friends and share a lot of the similarities with respect to Betty's testimony, and allow me to continue to operate, continue to invest in Wyandotte County, continue to be in Wyandotte County. And yes, I do have Airbnbs in Johnson County too. I have them in Florida too. It is my business and it's a good business. It brings people here that otherwise wouldn't be here, that are families, that are tourists, that are going to spend money in these communities. They're not a threat. They love this property. And if you guys have any questions for me, I'm happy to be prepared to answer them. But with that, I'll rest.
Thank you. I'll now close the, I already closed the public hearing. Do any members of the commission have any comments? I believe we have a comment from Commissioner Kane.
Thank you, Mayor. Gunnar, can you pull up the inside of the property that we're talking about before and after? And Ms. Dubin, can you come back up, please? How many Airbnbs do you have total?
8. All over.
I'd like to have all 8 in Wyandotte County. I want to look at these pictures real quick.
So that's the after. If you scroll up, you'll see the before.
No. And then go ahead and scroll up.
So yeah, this is how I purchased the property. And these are the photos of after, when I renovated it.
And the reason I had him do that is because look at the transition. Look at the difference that's there. We want people running Airbnbs that can convert the property from nothing to something. And we appreciate you doing that. We can give you some more addresses in Wyandotte County to do the same thing. But this is like a model. And I think this is what we need in Wyandotte County. Now, Gunnar, I don't see a time frame on how long the special use permit, or maybe my glasses are fogging up.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Staff is recommending approval for 1 year. Again, to follow our existing ordinance, which was adopted last May. And because this is officially a new application for short-term rental, it's 1 for the first year, see how it goes, and then they can go from 2, 5, 10 after that, if all goes well.
Okay, move for approval for 1 year.
Markley, second.
Thank you. We got Commissioner McKiernan with a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Duma, you know I'm going to ask. So tell me, as a lawyer, as someone who knows codes and ordinances, how you missed. How'd you miss the deadline?
I reached out before the deadline. It's been 2 years. I just forgot that it takes 3 months from the time that you start the pre-meeting application to how long the process took. So I had it on my calendar to do it in July. And to be quite honest with you, I'm in a huge federal lawsuit regarding short-term rentals in Kansas City, suing the city of Kansas City, Missouri. And I had been completely overwhelmed with that. So things like this did fall by the wayside. And so by the time I reached out, which was before my permit expired, I was out of the country and I could not get a meeting like I needed to have. So that's what happened. I literally reached out, I think July 27th. My permit expired August 5th. With this new one, I will literally, I'm gonna ask Gunnar if you guys approve me, how early I can reach out for my next one, because I never will let this happen again. If I do, please deny me. But this process takes a long time and it's very expensive, because now you have to do a inspection, a home inspection, which costs about $500. The application itself is what, $450, $500, something like that. This is a very expensive and time consuming process. Having a neighborhood meeting, staying up until 12:45 for the last city planning meeting. I have too much on my plate. And that's just God's truth about it. So,
Okay, so how long did this operate without a permit?
So point of clarification, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. There was some confusion at the last, when the last short-term rental went through. I think at that point, staff had recommended 2 years and then you all came back and recommended 1 year. So it was been out of compliance for over a year.
but they told me, that's not what they told me. Right, Gunnar?
It's been out of compliance out of a year. We did inform Ms. Duma that she needed that time.
So during the time it was out of compliance, you know the questions I'm going to ask. Were there any police calls for service at this property?
No.
Were there any code violations recorded at this property?
No.
Were there any, other than the opponents who were here, were there any other letters or people who spoke in opposition at the planning commission meeting?
No, but Ms. McGill represented herself as speaking for others in the community at the City Planning Commission.
But those others did not show up.
Correct.
Ms. Duma, in your short-term rental in Strawberry Hill, did it operate without a permit for a while?
No, it did not. It
Did
never
not.
has. And I will bring the calendar to show you guys. COVID put me out, and I went long-term for 2.5 years, and now I'm 30-day plus. And I have a long-term rental license there as well.
And so if you get the permit tonight, we're going to abide by the letter of the law this time and not use, I couldn't get there, as an explanation for not getting it renewed in a year.
Absolutely. I'm going to figure out the earliest I can start the application, and I'll be back in front of you as soon as possible.
Perfect. And I also did look up property values in the area. They've all gone up. So second Commissioner Kane's motion.
Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. Ms. Duma, just a couple of questions about the way that you advertise, I guess I'll put it that way. So you're on the sites that are like Airbnb and VRBO and whatnot. So like, for example, with the pet, on those sites, do you explain what our KCK laws are about animals?
I guess I don't currently, but I sure could.
Okay.
You mean making sure they're on a leash?
Right.
And
yeah, that, any guest needs to follow the laws of the municipality, which are, not loose, that sort of thing.
Of course. Yeah. I think that's completely fair. I can add that to the listings without a problem.
I think that would be really important. Because I do know people want to travel with their pets. And so I can understand somebody bringing their animal with them for a short-term rental. For me, the short-term rental, the entire situation has just been frustrating because there are pros and there are cons. And I do understand coming at it from a business perspective. You are making a living doing this. And I can appreciate that. I have had conversations with people who have assured me in no uncertain terms that in many, if not most cases, if they had to choose a short-term over a long-term rental as a neighbor, they would choose a short-term because short-term rental owners know that if they want business, they have to keep their place nice. And then I have to juxtapose that against the notion, which I think has some truth to it, that short-term rentals can be destructive to the overall general fabric of a certain neighborhood. So for me, it's always a balancing act. And I was aware that Kansas City, Missouri had enacted a different ordinance than the one that we had recently adopted. And I just read today that the city of Shawnee voted Monday night to say no short-term rentals in any residentially zoned area. So we aren't the only ones grappling with the issue is part of the point I'm trying to make. And I did also ask Commissioner McKiernan to look up the values of all three of the properties, because when I heard the statement that the property values were going down, I just struggled to believe it, because that's not what we heard for the entire process of our budget. So, and so in fact, all of the property values have increased over the last 3-4 years, yours and the two that spoke in opposition. So with that, it's really just more of those couple clarifications and a couple of comments. Thank you, Mayor. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, clerk, roll call, please.
Roll call, Bynum.
Sorry, clarification. It's for 1 year.
Correct.
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites. It's not there. Okay, the vote is 8-0. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. See you soon.
All right. Thank
Okay.
you, clerk. This takes us to our next item. Can you read that in its entirety, please?
This is item number 6, SP 2023-071. Josh Zerlin with Cobalt Property Management LLC. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 731 North 75th Terrace. Recommended for approval for 1 year with a 6-1 vote.
Mr. Han, you want to open it up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. This is another special use permit, for a short-term rental. This short-term rental has been in operation since 2018. It's been in operation by this owner since 2020. So the applicant bought it from an owner who was also operating it without a special use permit. But he has only been in noncompliance for, Mr. Zerlin's only been in noncompliance for 2 years. Again, this is part of the zoning enforcement blitz. This is also non-owner occupied. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan area in the Midtown neighborhood. Staff received no letters of support. There was opposition at the City Planning Commission earlier this month. There are no notices of violation related to this property. Staff agrees with the Planning Commission, recommends approval for 1 year, conditions of 6 people maximum at any given time on site and 1 car off street. Off street's a little difficult here, as you can see in this plat. That's why I paused. This is a duplex. These are private. North 75th Terrace is a private road built to UG standards. The 1 parking space, as a clarification, is basically right parallel up to the garage. The owner does not allow parking in that garage unit. So there's a space, you can kind of see it here, designed for them, for owners to park in front of their space. There's also additional visitor parking adjacent, also on private property. This is a public road. This stuff is not. So just a small clarification, but we moved it to 1 at the City Planning Commission.
Thank you. the applicant, representative, if you can present your comments for your application.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, as Gunnar said, I purchased this as a STR from the previous owner. I wasn't aware that
Sir,
a
can we get
license
your
was
name
required.
and
Oh,
identification?
I'm sorry.
please?
My name is Josh Zerlin. My address is 725 North 75th Terrace, Kansas City, Kansas. And as I said, I purchased this as an STR. I wasn't aware. As soon as I was made aware, I halted operations and I've applied, which I'm here now. The proceeds that I did earn with those, when I did purchase this was an STR that was to be generous to say it was a budget STR and was renting between $40 and $70 a night. So you can imagine the state of the unit and the type of guests it attracted. I spent tens of thousands of dollars to renovate the unit, and I continue to do so with the proceeds from the STR, such as landscaping, interior renovations, exterior renovations. There were some issues in the very beginning when I took it over. It was my first STR. I had never done it before. I did have some parking issues, which I've since resolved. There was some noise issues. I now have a noise monitor in the unit, which alerts me if the noise goes over a certain threshold. When I received this, the notice of violation, I got a home inspection, a professional home inspection. I've had all of those issues addressed by a professional company, Creative Renovations. I've clearly marked off the parking spaces with marking paint and stencils, so it's obvious where people are supposed to park, so as not to interfere with anybody else. I do not allow any pets on the property under any circumstances. That's a strict no pet policy, strict no smoking policy, very strict no party policy. If there ever are parties or noise complaints or anything, I wouldn't hesitate to kick anybody out. And all the residents, especially the neighbors, have my direct phone number. They can call me at any time of the day. They have my email. I am the president of the HOA for that subdivision, so everybody has access to me 24/7. My assistant as well is available if I'm for some reason not available, and she's empowered to act on my behalf to resolve any issues with this unit. And I'm happy to comply with whatever I need to make this a good part of the community.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing. Clerk, have you received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of the item?
No notifications have been received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this item?
We have a hand raised by Carolyn. Oops, sorry.
I think we have someone virtually, clerk. Is that correct?
I have a hand raised by Carolyn Wyatt.
Hello, this is Cherie Wyatt.
There you go.
I think I signed in as C Wyatt. I'm Cherie. I'm Josh's neighbor, and I would just like to say that we've been here for 4 years, and I support Josh's application. My husband and I support his application for the permit. We have not significantly been bothered by anything, and we know that we can get in touch with Josh if there should be any problems. And so it's not objectionable to us for this permit to be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, anyone else virtually?
No other hands are raised.
Clerk, have you received any notification from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition?
No comments received.
Is there anyone present who'd like to speak in opposition to this item? Clerk, is there anyone joining us first who'd like to speak in opposition?
No hands are raised.
I'll now close the public hearing. Petitioner? applicant. You can make some closing comments if you'd like.
I appreciate that. Like I said, I am certainly willing to do whatever it takes to be in compliance. And I apologize for not being in compliance. I wasn't aware at the time, and I'd always try to operate within the confines of the law.
Thank you. Do any members of the commission have any comments or questions? Commissioner McKiernan?
Mr. Hand, is this an owner occupied STR? Is it an owner occupied STR?
Gunner Hand, Director of Planning and Design. No, Mr. Zerlin lives in the abutting separate parcel duplex. I believe.
Does live next door? Because the property owner is listed in the request for action as Olathe, Kansas. Am I misreading that?
Oh,
Mr. Zerlin, if you'd like to clarify that.
yes. I do live next door. That address is my business address, the 119 North Parker Street. It's a basically a PO box that all my business address and business correspondence go to.
Perfect. Thank you very much for clarifying that. Much appreciated. Mr. Hand, my usual questions. In the time that this was operating as an unpermitted STR, were there any police calls for service at this address?
No, sir.
Were there any I thought I heard you say code violations, but the report seems to say there were not any.
There was the notice of violation during the zoning blitz. I apologize if there was a typo in the staff report.
Okay, so effectively, there was a notice of violation that has been resolved.
Through the application of the special use permit as determined tonight, yes.
Oh, and that was the violation. Okay, perfect. Did we have any neighbor complaints in the time it was operating unpermitted?
Other than as represented at the City Planning Commission hearing by the two in opposition, no.
And those complaints were not received until the City Planning Commission, correct?
That is correct.
So not prior to it when it was operating unpermitted.
That is correct. Nothing we could see by looking at our records.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Move to approve as submitted.
Second. All right. There's a motion and a second. I will accept. Is there any further comment? Seeing none, clerk roll call. Roll call, Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Aye. Markley.
Aye.
Stites. Vote is 9-0. The motion carries. Thank you. Clerk, can you read the next item in its entirety, please? Plan review application PR 2023-014, Cody Busick with Vineyard Church of Piper, continued from the September 28, 23 meeting. Preliminary development plan to expand an existing church at 10601 Hutton Road, recommended for approval. Thank you, clerk. Mr. Hand, can you open it up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gunner Hand, Director of Planning and Design. This is the preliminary development plan for the expansion of a church. This case has been held over for a couple of months, looking for 8 members of the Board of Commissioners to amend the Planning Commission's conditions of approval, which I'll get into in just a second. This is in the Prairie Delaware Piper area plan. Staff has received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. There are no notices of violation on this property. Staff does agree with the Planning Commission, recommends approval with conditions. This will have to come back for a final development plan at some point in the process. At issue with the conditions of approval are number 2, 7, 8, and 10, which I'll bring up to the screen here in just one second. They're related to the driveway and the provision of a sidewalk on Hutton Road, which is in the GoDOT Countywide Mobility Plan. After the Planning Commission, the applicant requested some flexibility on when those things had to be done. As per our ordinance, it would have to be done within 6 months. They're asking to not build their sidewalk until the UG potentially upgrades that segment of Hutton Road, at which point they would either build it or pay for it. And they're also asking to not update their driveway as per UG standards until it's time for them to upgrade their driveway, which is not a part of their proposed project at this time. So we rewrote those 4 conditions, maintaining those standard conditions, but allowing that flexibility. We reviewed that with the applicant. Staff agrees with those changes, but it will require 8 votes of the Board of Commissioners to approve. And I'm going to get to them right now. So again, it's just 2, here regarding the sidewalk, and we added that second sentence about doing it when those improvements happen. Oh, sorry. And then 7, 8, and 10 are all related to those two issues. So 7 related to the right-of-way permit for those improvements, 8, the driveway. And it says 1, I apologize, but that should read 10. And that's just, again, that we'll do those when the time is right.
Thank you. The applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Jacob Hodson. I reside at 4448 Francis Street in KCK. I am acting as the agent for the applicant, Cody Bussick, who couldn't be here with us tonight. He is the lead preacher of the Vineyard Church of Piper. He had a short written statement he would like me to read. The heartbeat of the Vineyard Church is to serve our community. This building expansion will enable the congregation to expand the youth and after-school programs and provide flexibility for the church to serve the families of Kansas City, Kansas. So, as Director Hand has told you, we've been working together closely. We've come to an agreement, and now I ask that you vote in favor of the amended recommendations of approval for this church expansion.
Okay, thank you. I'll now open the public hearing. Clerk, have you received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of this item?
No comments have been received.
I believe so, yeah. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Is there is anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this item? Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in favor of this item?
No hands are raised.
Clerk, have you received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition of this item?
No comments received.
Is there anyone present who'd like to speak in opposition to this item? Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in opposition to this item?
No hands are raised.
I'll now close the public hearing. Petitioner, would you like to make some closing comments?
I'd like to thank you for your time. And once this multi-purpose room is up, they host a party for the after football game at the Piper High School. So you would all be welcome after the home football games. And thank you for your time. I ask that you vote in favor of this application.
Okay. I'm going to open it up for comments from our commissioners. We have one from Commissioner King.
Thank you, Mayor. You just stole my thunder about the fifth quarter. A lot of the kids and some of the parents go to the church after every football game. And my grandkids go, and it's really nice to have a place for them to go and hang out. And now with this expansion of stuff like that, when it gets cold, they'll be able to move inside and facilitate all the kids. So I make a motion for approval.
Second. Okay, we have Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to compliment Gunner. I know we have a lot of this stuff comes forward, and yet Gunner has already met with the applicant and come into an agreement prior to us even having to make recommendation. I value that work's done before it gets to us, and I sincerely appreciate it. Puts on a good face for our staff. Thank you.
Okay, any further?
Yes,
Counsel?
I wanted to clarify if the motion to approve was with the amended conditions.
Motion to approve the amended conditions.
Okay, we have a motion to approve from Commissioner Kane with the amended conditions. Just re-verify that second.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Stites. Any further discussion? Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend, Commissioner Townsend. We'll come back. McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Markley,
Aye.
Stites, Commissioner Townsend.
Aye.
Thank you. Vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to our next item. Mr. Han, there was a request to, in the interest of time, to for me to put you on a special session. So I'll have to throw you on an agenda at a later date.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Greaves, our Historic Preservation has waited a collective 10 hours to give you 10 minutes of his time. This is a very quick 5 slides, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
you got 10 minutes.
Not a problem.
My name is Randy Greaves from the Historic Preservations for the UG. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for hearing me tonight. We're going to give you an update on the historic preservation portion of the citywide comprehensive plan, Plan KCK. During this presentation, I would like for you to think about places in the city that are important to you. This plan aims to protect those places and to preserve them for the enjoyment of future generations. Next slide, please. This is the first historic preservation plan that we will have ever had. That's correct. Preservation is more than just about history. It touches on nearly every aspect of society and is part of the answer to many of the issues we face, including housing and economic development. Next slide. There's a great deal of history in Kansas City, Kansas. Huron Park Cemetery is one of 26 National Historic Landmarks in the state of Kansas, and the Wyandotte ruins are on their way to being the 27th. In total, we have approximately 500 buildings that are listed on one of the registers of historic places, our local register, the state register, and the National Register of Historic Places. These range from prehistoric Native American archaeological sites to modern buildings built in the last 50 years. Every day I walk through a beautiful city, I find more areas of historic importance that have yet to be documented. Before we know what we need to do, we need to understand what our current situation is. We have a complex system of buildings that are listed on various different registers. Some are on one, some are on all three. We need to consolidate those to make it more cohesive and make sure everything is getting the same level of respect and the same access to the historic tax credits that can help these buildings so much. The most important part of this plan is community outreach. This is our engagement summary. We have been at every major Plan KCK event. We have hosted our own events. We have gone out of our way to try to reach as many people as possible. One of our most successful events was during a presentation about the history of Sauer Castle, in which we reached over 1,100 people. We've worked very hard to put as much information out there, both virtually and physically, to make this information accessible and to get as much feedback as possible. Throughout our entire process, we've heard several repeated themes. People want to know what preservation is. We have not had a preservationist for the 10 years until I started here, and people are kind of relearning what these ideas are. They want to know when we're going to do something about the ruins. It is in the forefront of everybody's mind. One of our most historic places, one of our most important places, and what role does preservation play in the future of that site? They want to know how we're going to protect our green spaces, our parks, our historic neighborhoods and commercial areas, and how will this help address blight in the community? From this, we intend to create a list of action items that will be my main focus for the next 10 years. This is going to include things like educational sessions to teach people about preservation, how to use the tax credits, and how to apply for grants to get money to fix up these buildings. Fixing up buildings will directly help address the issues of blight. We're going to step up our efforts to survey the city, looking for historic properties that have not been listed, to expand the number of buildings that can get those resources and can become useful parts of our community. Next slide. We are currently in the draft phase of the plan. Recently received a draft of the State of the City report created by our historic preservation consultants, the Lakota Group. They've gone through the community and highlighted its history and what our current known historic resources are, the laws and the ordinance that affect those resources and how we're supposed to take care of them, as well as a multitude of funding opportunities to provide money to the owners of those historic buildings. Next slide. This is a timeline that kind of shows what we've been doing so far and how long we've been working. And this is kind of what we should be expecting. We're getting to the end of this process. We're still taking feedback. We're always trying to improve the plan. There's no such thing as too much outreach. And this is kind of the final part. The historic preservation plan is part of a larger citywide comprehensive plan. All these different chapters are going to work together to create a unified, solid approach that's going to help guide us in the years to come. I encourage everybody to go to the October 28th summit if you can. It's going to be one of our last major events. There's going to be a lot of people there to speak, a lot of information shared, and we're always looking for more input. So if I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Like I said, trying to keep this short. But first, I want to know about some of the places that are important to you. When you think of Wyandotte County, what places come to your mind? Or I should say Kansas City, Kansas.
It's been 9 minutes, just to track.
Yes.
You have 1 minute to answer that question, please.
All right, thank you. We got questions from our commissioners. So I gave you an extra 5 minutes. So Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Greaves. Thank you, Mr. Hand. It's historic preservation is something that's important to me. I have one historic district, Hanover Heights. Used to have 3 historic landmarks, but now have 2. St. John the Divine. Unfortunately, in my first year, I wasn't able to get to it in time before it burned down. I have the Rosedale Arch and I have Sour Castle, which I was able to get to. I was able to help spearhead the early efforts to get it revitalized and renovated, and look where it's now. We did the hard work. We did the surveying of the community to see what they would like. We worked through the challenges. It's not easy work, especially, in the instance of Sour Castle, where we had a property owner who wasn't willing to do what he needed to do to preserve that historic monument. But we were diligent. We kept going and see that. And I want us to keep doing that with all of our historic landmarks across the community, across our community, because those are pieces of our history. It tells the history of our community, especially in Argentine unfortunately, with the St. John the Divine, had rich history of the Mexican Americans who lived and continue to live there. So I thank you for wanting to make historic preservation a sticking point, a standing point in our planning and how we move forward. So I really, really thank you for that.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. Bringing up St. John the Divine, kind of one of the things I'm wanting to do in my time here is create a in memoriam page that highlights all these lost historic resources we have, so that they're at least preserved digitally if we don't have the physical remains anymore.
Thank you. Commissioner Markley.
Thanks, Mayor. I was at your Sour Castle presentation at South Branch. Just wanted to say you did an excellent job. Your enthusiasm for the site and for historic preservation overall is apparent and was catching, I think, there in that room. And he did an excellent activity where he had maps up on the wall and people could go identify places that are important to them that they think have historic value. So I think you're doing an awesome job. Like you said, we haven't really had this in the past. So it's exciting to have somebody who's focusing on historic preservation, and especially somebody who's so enthusiastic about it and does a great job presenting as well.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I would just say that map will be at the Neighborhood Summit this Saturday if you guys want to come and visit us there.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I've put some dots on the map already. And so I'll say out loud the things that I think I've placed on the map. And these are just things off the top of my head since you asked, but the neighborhood where I live has a neighborhood marker now. Sidebar, it took us 10 years, just FYI, but we have a neighborhood marker now. And it says historic Pomeroy. I get it. Okay. Because it's an historic area, but I don't think there are any historic buildings left. But just so you are aware, that's an historic area. White Church Elementary School, which is owned by KCK Public Schools. And I'm glad to see they've put it back into use. Is of particular interest to me because that's an historic area with a very historic cemetery located right beside it. All the structures, almost all the structures at Wyandotte County Lake. When the wall failed out there, I was surprised I'm not advocating for it necessarily, but I was surprised to learn that it's not listed on the register. Which for what we need right now is probably a good thing, just in terms of money. But could be a matter of how you look at it, but Memorial Hall, which I think probably has been dotted on your map. Those are the ones I wrote down. Thanks.
Thank you.
If I may, real quick, you mentioned a school. One of the things that we've, as we've worked with our consultant on this one and having the expertise of Mr. Greaves, when you do these surveys, you can do them like geographically, like this neighborhood or the, south of the river or whatever it is. But one of the recommendations that's coming out from our consultant is that you should maybe start thinking about, because we're such a large county and we've really, in all honesty, the Landmarks Commission was an entity of the city. And so a lot of it is on the east side of our community. There's some out west, but very few. One of the points of opportunity to collaborate is if we thematically say, let's go survey all the churches. We could partner with the cities of Edwardsville and Bonner Springs and bring them into that process. So that's one of the things where we're trying to find those opportunities to both thematically look at properties across our community, but also work with our partner cities as well.
Commissioner Burrows.
Well, thank you. One of them has been mentioned. Memorial Hall was one, because I think it's not only historical, it's also commemorative of those that gave their lives for our community. So I'm strong support of that. I like the Strawberry Hill St. John's Church and orphanage that has a tremendous amount of history associated. I believe it's called Scroggins Home from years ago. I do like the school. Wyandotte High School has a tremendous amount of history associated to it over the decades, as well as Washington High School when it was a rural area. So I believe those two schools, and I must always throw in Grenner House. Grenner House being one that has a tremendous amount of history. And let us not forget about the work project that we all know as Wyandotte County Lake. The facilities around Wyandotte County Lake have a tremendous historical value, but they also have a tremendous amount of need. And so if we're going to invest, let's ensure that we preserve that before we demolish by deterioration. So I would hope that we would give strong consideration to those. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Ward High School also. I think Ward High School has tremendous amount of creates an historical value in the central core of our community.
You hear that?
I won't hold against some of the graduates from there, but the historical value is
Washington was old when you left.
Thank you. I believe we have Commissioner Townsend on deck.
Johnson.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I will double down on at the attention to the high schools. Wyandotte certainly is just attraction. I can see it from my house and how the towers are lit up. It is really a marvelous piece of architecture there. I agree with Ward as well. As a Pentecostal minister, I have paid my share of tuition there. And so I've been able to see that school as well. But if you're going to pull all those, you might as well pull Sumner Academy into it. I thought Commissioner Bynum might beat me to the punch, but Sumner Academy is another great piece of architecture that sets the standard for that entire area. In fact, the Douglas Sumner neighborhood uses that very architecture in its sign for the neighborhood. So that is something I would highlight. And finally, one of the great jazz musicians, Charlie Parker, according to my studies, was born at 852 Freeman Avenue, right here in Kansas City, Kansas. And so I think that is something that we need to memorialize. I do know that we have a little plaque over at Big 11 Lake, but really it needs to be highlighted, I think, in a much greater way, because he was just an all-time great when you talk about jazz music and Kansas City's history as a Jazz City. So I would certainly highlight that. Thank you, Mayor.
I'd just point out that the Charlie Bird Parker Homestead site is also on the Northeast KCK Heritage Trail.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you for your time, everybody. Really appreciate it tonight. And see you on Saturday.
All right, that concludes the planning and zoning portion of tonight's meeting. We'll now move to the regular portion of our agenda, which takes us to the regular consent agenda. Do any members of the commissioner or county administrator wish to set aside any item on the regular consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the regular consent agenda will be voted on by one vote.
Move all items as submitted.
Markley, second.
Okay, I'll accept that motion and second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call, Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane. Markley,
Aye.
Stites. Vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Okay, we have a public hearing agenda. And there's two items. The first item is a resolution approving issuance of industrial revenue bonds at 4601 Rainbow LLC. And this hearing is to approve the proposed issuance of these bonds, revenue bonds, to finance the cost of equipping a commercial multifamily facility for the benefit of 4601 Rainbow LLC. I'll ask our chief counsel or her designee to make some opening remarks.
Well, let me just ask, may I speak, Mayor? I've been here all night. I've had cancer and I would really like to be heard. And I asked this lady and it was on there, Frank's Motors. Can we please pull that back?
Frank's Motors.
Yeah, Frank's Motors.
It was on the consent
This
agenda,
is
Mr. Mayor.
just a colossal bunch of errors. I'm sorry. I own the property.
Just give me a quick second.
Yes,
So I can-
sir.
So I can rewind and see where we're at, okay?
Thank
Okay,
you very
just bear
much.
with.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hand.
What do we?
I wanted.
Posted denied. Oh, so he wanted to set it aside.
It's item B5. Yes, sir.
What we need to do is we need to have a commissioner make a motion to reconsider the vote to approve the consent agenda. It was unanimous, so I just need a commissioner to reconsider.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'll have legal help me make the motion properly that we reconsider item SP 2023-065, which previously was on the consent agenda for denial. So my motion would be that we reconsider that one item and remove it from consent and consider it.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second.
Is that a legal enough motion? Okay.
Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites. The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Okay,
No.
so this takes us to set aside. So I'm gonna ask. Okay. Yeah, clerk, if you could just read that.
I will. This is item SP 2023-065. Umad Savoy with Frank Motors, Inc., special use permit to operate an auto repair shop at 402 Osage Avenue, recommended for denial.
Okay, as a point of order, we will set this aside. And so this item has been set aside. And I'll recognize Mr. Han. Can you make some comments on that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize. I'm not going to be able to pull up the screen because it's rebooting right now, so we're not going to have the slides, but I think I can handle it from there. So this is a special use permit for auto repair, paint and sales. There's a history of special use permits for these types of uses at their site. There appears to be a couple of businesses located, of which Mr. Sadov's is one of them. This is in the Armourdale area plan. We received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There are notices of violation. Staff recommended denial because there's some previous conditions of approval that have expired, but speak to the same use. We have some violations related to how these auto repair in the streets, things of that nature, some spillover effects at the location. Mr. Sadov was at the City Planning Commission, but signed off at midnight. And I think his item was heard at like midnight 15, midnight 30. So my recommendation would be to remand it back down to Planning Commission so we can have that hearing with the applicant and the Planning Commission and see what comes of it. I tried and asked at the City Planning Commission to hold it over there. The City Planning Commission decided to move forward with the recommendation of denial. Okay. We were also going to recommend denial, but again, in the spirit of hearing the case, my recommendation, especially what's going on right now, is just remand it back down to the Board of Commissioners, or excuse me, Planning Commission.
Your request was to set it aside, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead and speak to your item.
My name is Umad Sairov. I live at 4311 North 112th Street, Kansas City, Kansas 66109. And I'm the applicant for a special use permit at 402 Osage Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas 66105. And my understanding was because I logged out last time, me and Mr. Ben was talking about it. We thought it was voted for approval because I was logged in from the beginning of that meeting, and we thought it was voted for later approval, and that's why we logged out. And I've been we used to run this business with my brother a couple of years ago, and the previous special use permit was expired late 2021. He used to run day-to-day operations, and pandemic time he left because of slow sales. He left for a different job, and I was not aware of expiration of special use permit until I was approached by a business license division earlier this year. And then when I spoke to Ben about it, it took us some time to put paperwork together to apply for one. And very much. Yeah, the other problem was it was mentioned maybe about a week before the meeting, beginning of October, that a double parking on the west side of the building was not allowed. And as far as I remember, it was within the property line. Nobody told us that double parking was never allowed. The whole time there was 2 cars parked on the side of the west side of the building. And I was told just about a week before that, and this pictures over here is showing since the day I was mentioned about it, violation of double parking. I removed all the parkings from the front of the building, and we don't have anything. Like I've been taking pictures every day before I come to work and after I leave. There was only single parking on the west side, and we don't have anything in front of the building. We have some parking lot in the north side of the building, but nothing is. There's no double parking in the west side of that building at all. East side of the building.
Okay.
And I remember asking Ben about it as soon as I took over from my brother. Then later on I signed a new lease agreement that if the double parking, and he thought it was allowed too. And I remembered asking the previous applicant for special use permit, Maria, was like few years, like prior to 2018. She used to run a dealership, and I asked her, she said, as long as there's no salvage parking or like outside working in front of the east side of the building, it shouldn't be a problem. So the whole time about double parking, nobody knew about that because it was within the property line. Nothing was outside the property line.
Okay, thank you. We have comments and questions from our commissioner, Commissioner Bynum.
So Mayor, do we need to go through those opposed and those in favor?
No.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hand, what was the reason for planning and zoning recommending denial?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. So the applicant mentioned that he basically inherited a special use permit from when he owned it with his brother. That special use permit, which expired, had conditions of approval that were not met. And so in the spirit of our protocol with City Planning Commission, if those conditions of approval for special use permit are not met, staff's recommendation is always for denial.
Gotcha.
I believe the Planning Commission essentially took that and Mr. Sadow's not being present at the Planning Commission again to recommend their denial.
Yeah, okay.
I had asked that it be held over so that we could have this conversation in a little bit more thorough. So again, I think this is all part of things
Right.
we need to work out, at least in my opinion,
Right.
at the City Planning Commission.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate that. You can't fault somebody for not being online at midnight. That's just, I'm sorry. We asked to do this job, and if it's midnight for us, then we should be here. But I just think that's outrageous and we have people here in the audience that have been here since 7. So I'll shut up about it, but we've been down this road before, and it's just not okay to have people sit in this room for 5, 6, and 7 hours, which we have done. Sorry. So that's not a reason, in my opinion, to say no to this. If there are some conditions for approval that can be placed on this that would be satisfactory for any commissioner here that has a concern, I'd like to hear them. I would like to make a motion to approve for 1 year. It's a special use permit, correct?
That's correct.
What are the conditions that we asked for before? I want to just reiterate those.
There were property improvements that haven't happened. There was a parking plan that hasn't been followed, things of that nature.
Okay, the parking issue, as far as the gentleman speaking to the double parking, is that part of it?
It is a part of it, but they also mentioned the rear yard, the rear parking area, which also we asked for improvements on that have not happened. And again, we see what NOVs, what notice of violation there are for the property. I actually can't differentiate between this business and the other businesses that are there. But again,
Okay.
these are all things that collectively pile up, and there are improvements we asked to be done at the property to meet the commercial design guidelines that have not been met. So
And
what
I'm
we've
gonna,
previously done is we've held over in time to allow at the planning commission level to allow those uses or improvements to be made before that issue is heard.
It's currently expired, correct?
It's currently way expired, yes.
I'm going to ask the applicant, can you commit to the improvements that have been prior requested that have not been done? Can you commit to doing those?
Yes, and the parking lot on the back of the building, there's literally everything, my cars are in a parking lot. But during the day, we have like one roof guy, another tenant, and three granite guys. They all day long, they have big trailers to load and unload. So basically, unless their employees park on the side, everything in the middle, everything else is during the day is used by let's say Tuesday mornings and Friday mornings. I have a container where like a waste company comes in. I have to ask some guys during the day to move some stuff so they can
Correct.
come in and unload and leave sometimes they come in, they take a picture
Okay.
and say,
But there
I
is
can
going to come
comply.
a time, we're asking you to comply with the
Yes.
conditions that have been set
I can
forward.
take pictures weekly if it's near.
I just need to know if you can commit to complying with the conditions that have previously been put forward.
Yes, I can.
And if not, special use permits can be revoked
Yes, absolutely.
by action of this commission, correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
And we do have conditions of approval, even though the recommendation is denial in the staff report. So you could take those conditions and that would be okay with staff. Again, I would recommend it get remanded, but it's your decision.
I would like to make a motion for approval for 1 year if pending the conditions of approval be met.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner McCarron.
Thank you. Mr. Hand, the improvement that hasn't happened is on the north side of the building. Is that correct?
There's a couple around the property, but that's the main one.
That's the main one that's on the north side.
Previous SUP, yes.
So this is a large building with multiple tenants, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Who owns the building? So you would ultimately be responsible, not this business owner, for making those improvements to that property, correct?
Yes.
Mr. McCarron, you ask a very good question. It's a multi-tenant building. This man is totally in compliance in each of my leases, which are gross industrial leases. Each tenant must comply with the laws of Wyandotte County.
Sir, could you please state your name and
I'm
address, please?
sorry. My name is Ben Bortnick. I am sole proprietor of BDB Properties and I reside at 5000 Rock Creek Lane in Mission, Kansas. So while I understand the spirit of the law, to ask him to be responsible for third parties is really disingenuous to the spirit in which Wyandotte County has. We make every possible effort that there is a fire lane through there. There's no blockage. It's a multi-tenant building. I think there's 4 tenants on the back. Mr. Sadoff occupies about 1/3 of the building. Brief history is instructional. I've owned this building since 1996. And this is it was built originally as a Mako auto repair shop. That is what this man is doing, though he has a dealer's license. My water. Though he has a dealer's license, he's a wholesaler. He is not a chop shop. Your Mr. Hand's predecessor thought he was. He's not. I've checked it out with the Department of Transportation. And who do you report to?
Dealer licensing.
The dealer licensing. He runs 1,600 cars approximately a year. This is a really good operator.
I appreciate that. And I remember when the last time this was before us for a special use permit, I remember voting to approve that permit. and the previous. But what I'm trying to do is
Yes,
determine whether or not we are holding him liable for something that the property owner should take care of.
you're welcome.
Mr. Hand, help me out here.
An applicant requires the approval of the property owner to apply for a special use permit.
So who's responsible for making the improvements on the north side of the building?
It's the applicant's responsibility. The owner allows them to apply for that use. They sign the affidavit. What we have seen in the past is that some owners require that use, which therefore needs those standards to do
Okay.
it. Other owners,
So
some of
the
that burden on
applicant
themselves.
basically asks permission from the owner to make the improvements, applies for the special use permit. The applicant agrees to make the improvements. What I need the two of you to do is work together, get it done.
Yes, sir. We will.
And just as a clarification, I think the conditions, because they didn't the conditions for approval, because they didn't transfer over from the planning commission, I believe I'm looking at you, Mr. Conway. I believe there's a mechanism by which we could apply those conditions of approval from that planning commission. Again, get the 8 votes needed to change the recommendation, but you're not going to see those conditions in the report because of that, but we do have them. If there's a way to reference back to that, I can just carry those forward, but they basically are the conditions of approval from that previous SUP plus a few extras.
Thank you for your time, Mr.
Okay.
Hand.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay.
Thank you.
Seeing none, clerk roll call, please.
Roll call Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites. The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us back to our public hearing agenda. The first item I was referencing to is a hearing to approve the proposed issuance of industrial revenue bonds to finance the cost of equipping a commercial multifamily facility for the benefit of 4601 Rainbow LLC. And I'll ask our legal counsel, Mr. Conway, to make the remarks.
I believe the proponents are here. Kevin, did you want to? Okay. Okay, either way. Kevin's got the, Kevin Wempy with Gilmore and Bell, the bond counsel has the presentation, and I think then you'll do the intro.
Sure. Yep. Thank you. Yep. Kevin Wimpy with Gilmore and Bell, bond counsel to the UG. Thanks for bearing with my voice. I defeated the sniffles earlier this week. My toddler was nice enough to give to me, and it's unclear whether my voice will ever return at this rate. So thank you. Just to tee up the project and the action item tonight, and then lay out what the actions are for tonight, including the public hearing. This is the multifamily facility at 4601 Rainbow, approximately 149 market rate units, wrapped garage. I think everybody's pretty familiar with the project through the planning process and so forth, although the developer representatives are certainly here and can answer any specific questions you might have to that end. This is arising out of an application for industrial revenue bonds submitted by the developer, requesting sales tax exemption on construction materials and property tax abatement for the full 10-year term. As with most projects you see using IRBs, this is proposed to be a buy your own bond deal, meaning the developer will be purchasing the bond here, meaning there's no UG liability for repayment of that bond and no credit risk to the UG. So it's simply the vehicle to grant the incentives that I know we've talked about on other projects. Tonight's action is a public hearing required by the statute. In advance of the public hearing, we've accomplished all the state law required items, including publication in the newspaper, notifying the school district, and preparation of a cost benefit analysis. After the public hearing, there'll be consideration of a resolution of intent and also approval of a performance agreement. And the contents of that performance agreement are a simple development agreement setting forth terms of the project, describing the project and prescribing the required development there, as well as setting forth the payment in lieu of tax schedule. In this case, it's approximating a 50% property tax abatement with a 2% annual inflator. And so should you choose to approve tonight, the developer would have access to that sales tax incentive go on and construct the project, and assuming they have complied with the performance agreement, would return at substantial completion for issuance of the bonds and then triggering that payment in lieu of tax schedule to begin. I'll step aside or happy to answer any questions.
Mayor and Commissioners, thank you for having us here tonight. Bob Johnson with the Polsinelli Law Firm, 900 West 48th Place, Kansas City, Missouri, representing the joint venture development team. Aaron Mesmer here of Block Real Estate Services, and Blair Tanner, who is on the Zoom tonight. He was traveling for business and can participate as needed via the Zoom link. We appreciate being back before you. As Kevin said, I'm sure you recall this project from the land use process. We appreciated your support in that process. As you recall, you provided us the unanimous approval for that, for a rezoning and plan at the time. Obviously, tonight is not relitigating any of those issues or going back through any of the land use items that we went through many times in front of you. And so I won't belabor any of those, but I will talk about some of the features of the development that we believe are relevant to the application this evening. And I'll try to do that in a streamlined fashion. Also appreciate the support of the ED&F committee as we came out of there with support as well, and a robust discussion at that meeting. Next slide, please. Just a refresher of the location of the project. It is at the northeast corner of 47th and Rainbow. It is currently an underutilized site with a vacant building, been vacant prior to this owner's ownership, and a large parking lot adjacent there too, obviously underutilized, non-revenue producing for all intents and purposes with regard to property taxes or sales taxes. And this developer, as discussed ad nauseum through the land use process, is looking to transform that site and turn it into something that we believe and we believe was kind of shown through all of those discussions as something that, coming from the south, coming from the west, is a gateway to the unified government, gateway to Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas, and something that we all can be proud of, both this community developer, truly something that we think is the right public partnership, excuse me, to produce the best possible project that we could arrive at. And a big part of that truly was the community engagement. I think we all remember the extensive community engagement that this development team went through, the multiple iterations of revisions to the project design, many community meetings and discussions beyond that we believe there were drastic changes to the project through that. And we believe that arrived at a project that was responsive to the community, obviously was evidenced by the amount of supporters that we had, both through letters and in hearings. And if you could go to the next slide, just something that we had in the last hearing, just kind of showing adjacent, homes and businesses that supported quite a bit, as you can tell there. If you could go to the next slide, I'd like to get into some of those aspects of the project again, which we think are relevant because they are unique. They are enhancements, if you will, to the project above and beyond their requirement, and we believe community enhancements. In particular, you can see here the sidewalk connectivity, the walkability is a major feature of this project, both on Rainbow and on 46th. You can see on Rainbow today, there's a dangerous condition on Rainbow. The sidewalk slopes right onto the street. Sidewalk will be moved over onto this property to the east, widened. There'll be lighting along the sidewalk, dramatically increasing the safety along that corridor, connecting the neighborhood for the first time ever through the sidewalk on 46, which I'll show in a second, to the Rainbow corridor there, going north-south, and then, down to the shops and restaurants. People can walk from Francis. We're going to add a crosswalk. That's something that the city was supportive of with regard to traffic calming and with regard to pedestrian connectivity. We'll add a crosswalk across 46th to lead right to this sidewalk. So there's truly dramatic enhancement to pedestrian connectivity and walkability implemented by this project. The next slide, please. Yeah, this is the 46th look here in the upper left corner. You can see today there's no sidewalk. There's cars parked along the street, creates multiple problematic conditions. One, obviously, there's no pedestrian infrastructure whatsoever. I believe there was quite a bit of discussion during the land use process about folks that live in the neighborhood that would like to walk to Rainbow but feel unsafe doing so. Here we'll again create a sidewalk connecting to the 46th sidewalk. There you'll see that'll be pushed onto our property on the northern side of the property, so that it is far from the street. There will be landscape buffers, multiple layers of landscape, so there won't be any safety considerations for pedestrians walking along 46th from the neighborhood. Also, the cars that are parked in the street there today create kind of a stricture that causes problems for emergency vehicles and other traffic coming through that area. We're going to alleviate that through moving the traffic onto our site. There will be parallel spots on the actual property, and it won't be in the public right of way, moving those cars off the street so there's better traffic flow through the area. If you could go to the next slide. Yeah, this is, I'm not a huge fan of the 2D renderings, but it does give a good show of kind of the landscape buffering around the project on all sides, and kind of adding that condition that will produce not only safety, but aesthetics. The other thing that is, I think, notable about this slide is the wrapped parking garage. That's one of our extraordinary costs, one of the most substantial costs of the project. The site constraints. Again, we went over this very thoroughly, so I won't retread the whole ground, but just a reminder that wrapped parking, which is not able to be seen from any angle from the neighborhood, is internal to the project, and is, as we drop from 172 to 149 units through the land use process, there were, those extraordinary costs that stayed with the project that didn't decrease the parking garage, a number one of those. And this just kind of shows you where that's located. Next slide, please. This is a great slide to show some of those landscaping and walkability features. Also the bike sharing that'll be at that corner of 46th and Rainbow. That's available to anyone in the public. That's not exclusive to residents of the building. That's something we heard a lot of feedback on, and was something desired by the community at large, and we think will be an additive feature and a community enhancement for this project. Next slide, please. This is another feature that was added for kind of the integration of this project into the community. Actually gives kind of two things that I like to talk about on this slide. One is this pocket park in the foreground, creates an area that, as you're crossing Francis there on the crosswalk, is a place for spontaneous interactions, a place where people can spend time, a place where people can hang out, as depicted here, and really have that community engagement. And the other piece that also lends itself to that is these walk-up units, which are unique. This kind of townhome style walk-up unit on the base is meant so that it's not just you enter into a door and then you have to go through corridor to get to your unit. You can go right onto the sidewalk, right onto the street. You're part of the community. This is not a separate and apart community. It is something, and again, we talked about this substantially in land use as well, but it's something that it all flows together. It all is part of the design that is purposeful, intentional, and is meant to be a facility that is additive, not only to the site itself, but the community as well. Next slide, please. You can just see in this one, the parking that was pulled off the street in the parallels spots I was talking about before. You can also see the high quality of the facade, the materials that were chosen, all the things that we discussed in land use. Those are all very much still relevant to the project. As we drop those units, as I discussed, those costs stayed the same. Those added expenses the quality of the project, which is really one of its harbingers, it's one of its keystones is the high quality nature of the project. And I think, well, I know because I heard it many, many times, and I know the architects heard it many more times from Aaron and Blair that quality wouldn't be sacrificed. It might work with ways to reduce height, reduce units, all of which were done, but they're not going to sacrifice the quality. And, you know, of course, corollary to that is that the cost is still substantial. It's still the Class A of Class A buildings. It's still going to be that truly transformative project. And as a result, you know, in the times that we live in, doesn't surprise anyone to hear about cost of capital and cost of labor, cost of materials being very challenging for not only this project, any project that comes before you is going to have all of those challenges. It's a different world than it was 4 years ago, 3 years ago. And as a result, you know, we're here before you with an application that is market. It is not out of step with applications you have approved in the past. It is not asking more than what is necessary either. We had extensive conversations with, you know, with your representatives to come to an application, a request, and ultimately a negotiated performance agreement and pilot program that was the minimum incentive that we felt and we proved up was viable for this project to succeed, and that can still produce this level of quality. And so as a result of that, we believe, again, just in conclusion, that we have produced what is the highest quality project, one that will dramatically improve the site, that will turn around a defunct site into something that's revenue producing for all parties, frankly. This is an economic win-win for the taxing jurisdictions, including the city and the county, where we share in the upside of the project. This incentive will get the project to go. And then once it does, and once it opens, once it starts producing property taxes, once its residents start spending sales tax dollars in unified government in Kansas City, Kansas, we're all going to dramatically benefit by having this project there as opposed to what's there today. So we ask for your support, and I stand for any questions. And if you don't have any now, I would reserve the opportunity to come back up if anybody speaks to answer any of that too.
Thank you. We'll now open the public hearing. Clerk, have you received any notifications from the public wish to express comments in favor of the item?
No comments in favor.
Is there anyone joining us virtually, clerk, who would like to speak in favor?
No hands are raised. Oh, I'm sorry. We have Gail with her hand raised. Please unmute, state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name's Gail Bergman. I live at 4520 Francis Street, a few houses down from the development. I was in support of it, and I'm still in support of it now. I view it as a benefit to the community. I think property tax abatements have a place. I don't necessarily fully support them, but I want the project to go forward. And I would ask that the commissioners consider, I believe the apartments in Russian Hill got a additional $300,000 for a intersection improvement. So I would just kind of maybe like a similar commitment in this agreement to get further traffic improvements along 47th. Sorry, not 47th, 46, if possible. Thank you.
Clerk, is anyone else?
No other hands are raised.
Is there anyone in the chambers who'd like to speak in favor of the item? If so, please state your name and residency for record.
Hi, Dan Thompson, 4514 Francis Street. I basically live 5 houses from this project. I've been involved for 2 years in this. I think I've been here several times. I'm here to represent many members of our neighborhood that are for this project. We wanted to get it started. We're raring to go. And just want to remind you, I mean, I've got 70 to 80 support letters sitting here that I personally went out and got. And we're just ready. Please vote yes. Let's get this thing going. I think what they're asking for is extremely fair and creates a win-win. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jerry Greer. I live at 4503 Francis Street in KCK. I've attended several of these meetings previously in support of the project. I'm here again in support of this project. Keep my statement short. I agree with what the others have said. Please consider this and move this project forward. Thank you, guys.
Good evening, Greg Kendall, Wyandotte Economic Development Council, resident of KCK. We're here in support of the resolution of the issuance of IRBs for the Woodside Rosedale Apartment Project at 4601 Rainbow. You know, this project's been a long time in the making. I was here almost 1 year ago tomorrow, in support of the rezoning. And we've been following this project for a very long time. It's gone through a lot of revisions. At one time, it was over 200 units. It's now down to 149 units, but the investment is still remaining at 70 million because of those costs that the developer mentioned. And they're still here. And I just want to say, this is a good project because it drives revenue we don't already have. The reality is it drives about 1.7 million in net new taxes over the 10 years of its first 10 years during the abatement period versus 250,000 if we do nothing. If we do nothing with a blighted piece of property, isn't the highest and best use. It's a vacant building with vacant lot with basically brush growing around it. That's the entrance of our community in that location. We think this is the kind of project that you've asked for. It does meet a lot of the needs of the community. It meets the needs of KU Med and the medical environment that we have there. We just think it's time to move these projects forward. We think this has been a good project. We think this is a good group, and they have done a lot to engage the neighborhoods. It isn't a perfect project. It never will be a perfect project, but we need to move these projects forward a little more rapidly than the 2 years I think we've been working on this. And we're just here to support that. And we think this is the right project. We think it drives revenue. We think it does good things for the community. So we encourage you to support this as well. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Erin Strikeout with Rosedale Development Association, 1403 Southwest Boulevard. RDA has not made a decision to support or oppose this incentive, but I do have some questions for the commissioners about it, if I may. Is that all right, Mr. Mayor?
Well, you really don't ask them questions, they'll ask you questions. So
I have some questions to pose out loud that the commission can consider or not.
Then they can respond back.
Thank you very much. Okay, appreciate it. So first of all, in the presentation to the Economic Development and Finance Standing Committee, bond counsel described benefits to the communities as including women and minority-owned business hiring goals. I asked this at standing committee and got part of the answer, but wanted to ask it again. What are those goals and how will we know if they're met? And if they're not met, what happens next? Second, I wanted to, and I'm so sorry to read from the Rosedale Master Plan when it's 11 p.m., but the Rosedale Master Plan has a section on development incentives. And one of the guidelines that is meant to be considered for development incentives in the Rosedale area is public benefit. Projects receiving public funds for eligible public expenses should provide a tangible public benefit. Examples include infrastructure, streetscaping, public spaces, and parks and other amenities. At the standing committee, the Spring Valley Neighborhood Association requested as a public benefit that the developer consider extending the sidewalk to State Line Road along 46 or providing meeting space to the neighborhood association. I think those were meant as examples. The developer stated that they couldn't do that because they don't own that land and that they don't have community meeting space. But I wanted to point out that the commission could request the developer fund that sidewalk through our sidewalk incentive program or the way that the Russian Hill project worked, that there was funding for infrastructure, something like that.
1 minute remaining.
Thanks. And wanted to ask, will any additional public benefit be considered or requested by the commission beyond what's already required by our code and our landscape designs and all of that? Finally, the Rosedale Master Plan states that when market demand is strong enough that more developer interest is coming to Rosedale, and projects are becoming more feasible without incentives due to rising rents and values, the use of incentives should be curtailed and or used in a much more targeted manner. There's a lot more to that, but the idea is to use these incentives strategically and not make them built into every project. And my question for the commission is the market in Rosedale and in KCK in general such that it's time for that more strategic approach? So again, not in support or opposition, but just some points that I hope will be discussed tonight. Thank you. Yes, sir.
I catch that. You mentioned that the Rosedale Association wasn't a proponent or opponent, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this opportunity for you to speak was to basically for those that were in favor of that. So are you as a resident, I mean, is that your position? You're in favor?
Ooh, great question.
That was the question.
I'm sorry.
That was the question.
I don't think it's ethical for me to take a personal position when I'm down here representing RDA. I hope that's sufficient.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak anyone else that would like to speak in favor, again, in favor of this item? Okay. House Clerk, have you received any notification from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition?
Yes, Mayor, we have, and I'll read those comments now. The first one is from Karen Kawa, Kawa. I attended every neighborhood planning and commission regarding Woodside. I can tell you the majority of the neighborhood was opposed to this project for several reasons, but specifically because the developer was going to ask for incentives. They held 3 meetings with the neighborhood and told us that each one that was their intention. I noticed at the final meeting, their attorney told the commissioners they did not yet know if they were going to ask for incentives, which was not true. Why would the UG consider giving them just shy of $53 million while continuing to raise taxes significantly for single home owners? Our next comment is from Patricia King Stone. Good evening, commissioners. As a 34-year resident and homeowner in Wyandotte County, I faithfully pay my property taxes each year to help better our community. During this time of economic uncertainty, I respectfully submit my opposition to the proposed tax incentives or gift of nearly $53 million to the developer of the luxury apartment complex at 4601 Rainbow Boulevard, located directly across the street from my home. Instead, I would suggest a report outlining the benefits to the county be submitted from the Economic Development Department and be submitted to the commission first before a vote on the proposal. Thank you. Next comment is from Robert Stone. I am opposed to giving this tax incentive. I would like the committee to pass on this until it can be shown to we citizens exactly how our county, which is supposedly going bankrupt, will benefit by giving this developer a gift of $53 million. This developer will build this project without this gift. He already owns this land. He owns the luxury apartments right next door. He owns the luxury club, pool, and spa complex also next door. Why would our county give him $53 million to build this project when it is obvious he will build it without it? Next comment is from Aaron Dolashall. Opposed. The developer is asking our county to give them tax exemptions to help them build luxury apartments adjacent to their luxury apartments, which is adjacent to their business in one of the best locations in the city. Unless someone can provide details to the taxpayers as to why this is the UG's best interest, we should not be entertaining the incentive requested. Final comments are from Patricia and Lester Lawson. We are writing to oppose granting nearly $53 million in tax abatement for the apartment complex to be located at 4601 Rainbow. While some struggle to pay taxes, the unified government is poised to grant millions in abated taxes to the 4601 Rainbow Boulevard LLC development project, which is a great thing for the developers, but what does it say to the everyday taxpayers of Wyandotte County? At the very least, the developers should not get a break on sales tax when poor and middle-class people pay taxes day in, day out. We realize there are reasons to assist businesses, but when a city as needy as KCK, we would like to see some sharing of the wealth that will be accumulated. We doubt those who own the property will rebuild it elsewhere since they own adjoining properties. Those are all the comments we received.
Thank you. Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in opposition?
No hands are raised.
Is there anyone here that would like to speak in opposition? Please state your name and address for record.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Jacob Hodson. I reside at 4448 Francis Street. I am the president of the Spring Valley Neighborhood Association, the neighborhood of which this building resides in. For the record, I am for the building of the apartments. I am against giving the developer tax incentives to do so. And I would request that if you do consider tax incentives, that you would ask for a community benefit and for the developer to pay for pedestrian infrastructure along 46th Street to keep our residents safe as moving through the neighborhood from State Line to Rainbow Boulevard. I'd also ask if there is a community space inside of that building at all, that we'd be able to use it for our neighborhood association meetings, as we do not have any public spaces in Spring Valley in order to hold those. We typically hold them either in Westwood City Hall or in the church across the way in Hanover Heights. That is all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition? Please state your name and address for record.
Kelly White, 4410 Francis Street, Kansas City, Kansas. I'm glad it was brought up again. The support with the developer and the other gentleman is saying with regard to the support, because that's been brought up several times. So I went to the packet of the January 26th meeting where all of the letters of support and opposition were there for your review. And so I printed all of them. And it's interesting to know that there were 57 signatures in support of this. 5 of them, when I say signatures, some of them were letters, some of them were the forms that they sent in. 5 of them were from the same people. 1 of them was from a Woodside employee. So that brought it down to 51. I would like to also point out that the developer found someone in our neighborhood to go around and pass out packets to some houses, to some area businesses with a description of the project. Obviously, it was biased in their favor, explaining the project in their favor, not necessarily showing the pros and cons of the project with the document for people to sign. I have 99 signatures, some of them in letters, some of them in just the form that I went around with, explaining to everyone what the project was about, the pros and the cons. And I made sure to speak to everyone with regard to this. I wanted to make sure they understood the project because I wanted them to sign if they were against it with all of the information. And I can tell you, I'm bringing this up because it's important to note that as soon as I said, there were 2 things that made them sign this without question, respectively, incentives and the cost of the rent of these apartments. This request for tax exemptions to build high rent apartments, as the other comment said, next to their high rent apartments, next to their business, feels gross. It is a system that they know how to play.
1 minute remaining.
And when they tell you they will not build anything without the incentives, it is a bluff. They will build apartments there because they will not sell this land to someone else and risk having no control over what is built next to them. And they do not want a dilapidated building, their words, next to their current apartments. A yes vote for this incentive request is a vote to allow them to take advantage of Wyandotte County taxpayers.
Is there anyone else like to speak in opposition? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Do any members of the commission have any questions or comments? Commissioner King?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. How many times have you guys been in front of us?
Too many to count, probably. I don't know, over 5, probably.
I'm not sure, but I think you guys met with more people than any other project that I can remember. And I wish all of them would take the time, make the adjustment that you guys did from X amount of apartments to X amount of apartments. And the improvement that's going to be done over in that area is unbelievable. So Mayor, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Okay, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is my district, of course. Everyone knows this project very well. I've supported the project. When the development agreement came through, I voted to support it. And it was brought to my attention by community members that I did make the statement that I would support the project, but wouldn't support incentives for the project. And if I said it to my community, I'm going to stand by that statement. And it's not saying that I don't support the project. I do. It's something that is needed as the Rosedale Master Plan, housing across all price points. But, and this is where I'm going to ask legal for help. I want to make an adjustment with because I know when we get pilot payments, they go straight to the general fund. I would counsel, am I able to make an adjustment that the pilot gets set aside for a community benefit for the Spring Valley, be it a sidewalk?
That's, well, I think Kevin would probably want to address it.
Commissioner, good question, but so to be clear, the payments in lieu of tax will be the 10-year period after bonds are issued once construction is completed. So the first pilot payment is 3-ish years away, I think, and so I think what you're suggesting, those payments in lieu of tax are basically property taxes that will come into your coffers and be subject to the budgetary process of a future governing body and so forth. So I think the short answer is no, we can't earmark those today for future use. And I'm sorry, Jeff, that's important. I think. Okay.
And thank you. And that is why I had asked before I made any adjustment or what have you. I guess I will keep my comments at that. Going back to one of Aaron's Aaron Strika's comments about the MWVE goals. We here at the UG, how do we track that? How do we ensure that we're following those goals? And what enforcement mechanism do we have to make sure projects are making those goals? Because all these development agreements, all these projects throughout our community have these goals, but us as commissioners, we don't know if any of these projects are meeting those goals and why they are not meeting those goals.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor, Debbie Johnsher, interim CFO. I did just want to say, in the performance agreement, there is a section that talks about developer compliance. We do check that. They are required to submit documentation for their contracts to our procurement. I think it used to go to economic development, but then it would be checked with our procurement department to ensure that they have met those guidelines that are within the performance agreement.
Okay, thank you. And this is, and it take the time that it needs, but a request for administrator, if we can have a report of projects that if they've met their goals, why they haven't met their goals. I think that's something that would be very beneficial for, not only for the commission, but for the community as well to know. And that's a request I make. Thank you.
Strike second.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the project. I think in general, you know that the commission supports the project. Bond counsel, I was going to ask you to come back. I was going to ask you to come forward. I heard multiple folks either being read into the record or speaking in opposition to the incentives. And I think what I would appreciate very much is just a brief overview of what IRBs are, number one, because I heard multiple references of people saying $52 million giveaway. And I just think that's inaccurate. And so if you wouldn't mind clarifying for us and the public exactly what the IRB component is. And furthermore, I heard Mr. Kendall say that it's 1.7 million net new over the 10-year life, which means I don't think over the 10-year life it was going to pay 52 million. So I just want you to give us that detail again, please, so that we and the public can understand this better.
Yep, absolutely, Commissioner. Again, Kevin Wimpy with Gilmore and Bell, bond counsel to the unified government. But one quick detour, because it was brought up also several times before, but going back to the local minority and women-owned business, the penalty for that is built into the contract. It's been the case on the majority of your IRB projects and property tax abatement, where the annual inflator is doubled if they should fail to meet those goals. And so it slides more property tax revenue to jurisdictions and decreases the incentive. So that's the response to that. So thanks for letting me handle that first. But yeah, also some of the statements about gifting $53 million to developers is incorrect. The size of the bonds is dictated by the estimated construction costs of the project. And the reason for that is that the statute requires anything to which the two incentives run under IRBs should be bond financed. On these buy your own bond deals where the developer is purchasing its own bond, the IRBs are simply used as a tool for providing property tax abatement for a maximum term of up to 10 years and sales tax exemption on their construction materials and FF&E. So it's a common misconception when we talk about IRBs or any type of bond. Most people's general idea of a bond is we're borrowing money or someone's writing a check or something loan-like. On these deals where it's simply for the purpose of granting the incentive, that's not the case. There's not money going out the door on the front end to fund construction costs by the UG. Instead, the developer will privately finance these construction costs. They'll realize the savings by not paying sales tax on those construction materials. Excuse me. And then, of course, the property tax incentive is that 10-year term following completion of construction.
Is it also a common misconception that it's gone from my brain? Sorry.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. During the discussion within the Economic Development Committee, it was strongly suggested that the staff and or the local unit of government form a listing of MLB, MBE, and WBE so that we have that listing available for developers when they come in. So they don't have to take that burden upon themselves to reach out and do that. That listing is already here. Many of them are Wyandotte County residents, Wyandotte County small businesses, and they can be utilized by the developer. That was a suggestion to come forward from the discussion within the Economic Development Committee, and it was met wholeheartedly. And if I remember correctly, it was stated that the ownership of the prior development to the south is still owned by those that invested in it. And if that's the case, I would anticipate that being the same situation moving forward with this development. I don't know how many developers in this community develop and stay and continue to be a good partner in our community through development. Many times they come forward, take the incentives. Within 3 years, they sell the project, take the incentives and sell them off. And we are left with new owners or new vendors we do not know about. So I just want to say thank you. And I just wanted my colleagues to hear how much of a discussion we had in reference to your Development and Economic Development Committee. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. Someone made a motion. Commissioner Kane made a motion and Commissioner McKiernan. Sykes second. Okay. I will close the public hearing. I'm sorry. Thank you, clerk. Is there any further comments or questions? All right, we have a motion and a second. I will accept that and ask for a roll call.
Roll call, Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend. Aye. McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
No.
Johnson. Commissioner Johnson. Come back. Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites. Commissioner Johnson. The vote is 8-1. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to our second item. And the last item on our public hearing. Request for approval of an ordinance adopting the 2023 redevelopment project plan and terminating the existing redevelopment plan. And this is relevant to the downtown campus project associated with Lanier United LLC. I'll ask Mr. LaSala, if you'd like to come forward.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. I'll be very brief. I do have a presentation, I think. Do you have that? It's very short, but I think the visuals will be helpful. So your public hearing tonight on the Lanier Downtown Project requires public hearing, and there's essentially three things this ordinance does. Next slide, please. These are the three things that we would accomplish if you were to vote for this. One, it would remove the athletic field property from the existing TIF district, and I'll show you exactly what that looks like in a minute. Two, it would terminate the TIF plan that was approved in July of 2020, the original TIF plan. And third, it would adopt a brand new TIF plan with a number of important differences. Next slide, please. This area you see in blue is the original TIF district for this project from 2020. If you can keep that in your mind, you'll see the Reardon Center kind of on the right-hand side of this slide, and then it's connected through the right-of-way. That other site on the left-hand side of the slide was originally to be the athletic fields portion of the project. That's the part along with the right-of-way that's going to be removed. Next slide, please. If you were to approve this, the portion you see in blue that remains, that would be the new TIF district for this project. And the next slide, this is the area that is removed. So hopefully all of that is clear, but those were the adjustments that you would make to the TIF district tonight if you were to approve the ordinance. Termination of the original plan. This original plan was adopted in July of 2020, but it's never really been implemented. There are no TIF proceeds that have been dispersed under this plan, and the developer wants to abandon this plan and move to a new adjusted plan. Okay, the new TIF plan that you have in front of you, which by the way, is really sort of laid out in the development agreement that you approved in April. This entire process is frankly laid out and roadmapped in that development agreement. Here are the major differences. The athletic fields concept and that portion of the project that is being removed, it goes away. And you may remember that portion of the land that is leaving is really going to be used by the community college in their project. Secondly, it removes a 6,000 square foot fitness center, and it increases the number of units, the apartment units in the project, from a range that was originally 75 to 85 units up to 85 to 100 units. Next slide, please. And this is really the last key difference. It really changes the structure of the TIF. The original TIF was a fairly complicated sharing structure where the developer really got 100% of the increment and the proceeds from the TIF for the first 12 years of the project. And then starting in year 13, started sharing that increment and rationing down so that the UG would keep 10% a year, starting year 13 growing to 80% in year 14, 70% in year 15, and so on until you get to 20% of the TIF that the developer would see in year 20. The new plan is a straight 85% across the board. The developer gets 85% of the increment. The UG starts sharing in 15% of the increment in year 1 and gets that every year of the 20 years. Those are the differences. Those are really the things that are embedded in this ordinance, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. I'll also say Mr. Lanier could not be available tonight. He is available online.
Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you, Mayor. Question. In these agreements where we have tax increment financing
Yes.
and we are giving the,
Commissioner Bynum, I'm
Yes.
sorry. I've gotten ahead of myself.
oh, I'm sorry.
I have to open the public hearing. Clerk, have you received any notification on the public who wish to express their comments in favor of the item?
No comments received.
Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of the item?
No hands are raised.
Is there anyone joining us in the chambers who would like to speak in favor of the item? Seeing none. Clerk, are there any notifications received who wish to express their comments in opposition?
No comments received.
Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition of the item?
No hands are raised.
Is there anyone in the chambers who'd like to speak in opposition to this item? Okay, thank you. I'll now close the public hearing. Commissioner Bynum?
Thanks.
Continue.
Thank you, Mayor. When we have a TIF, the original tax amount on whatever we're providing a TIF for is collected.
That's right. It remains collected by the taxing jurisdiction. You retain it, you keep it.
Question is, when it's a publicly owned place like this is, the tax collected is actually zero, but it doesn't mean there isn't a value. So my question for you is, do we create a base value and collect the tax on that base value before the developer receives the abatement on the increment?
Commissioner, the answer is yes, there is a retained base value that is scheduled in the TIF project plan, and it starts at about $341,000 a year.
Thank you.
That is retained.
Thank you. Commissioner McKiernan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to thank Mr. Lanier for not only sticking with us online in our meeting tonight, but for sticking with us over the long haul for the development and execution of this project. And with that, I would move to approve.
Johnson, second.
Okay. There's a motion. I'll accept, and a second, but I'll accept. Any further comments? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call. Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend. Aye. McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Stites. Vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. This takes us to the administrator's agenda. First item is a resolution amending issues of industrial revenue bonds for the Lanier project. And this would be a request for approval of an amendment to the resolution authorizing the issuance of taxable industrial revenue bonds for the benefit of Lanier United LLC. Again, we'll ask the representative to come forward for remarks.
Good evening, Kevin Wimpy with Gilmore and Bell, again, bond counsel for the UG. I'll be very brief, just tacking on to what Todd had just said. As contemplated in the development agreement from earlier this year, another piece of the financing was IRBs for the purpose of granting sales tax exemption on construction materials. And 3 years ago, this commission approved a resolution that was set to expire at the end of this year. Due to the nature of the project and that it's now getting underway, the only amendment here is to actually extend that end date out several years to provide them time to utilize that part of the incentive.
Mark, we move to approve.
McKiernan, second.
Okay. There any comments? Further discussion? Okay. Commissioner Stites, I'm sorry.
If you can answer this, I know this was the previous item that we just handled, but the recreation of that new TIF district and the new plan resets the 20-year clock. Correct?
That's correct.
And when does that 20-year clock start? Today? Thank you.
Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. I think somewhere along the discussion, we had a drop dead date that construction was supposed to begin, the project was supposed to start. And is that date today?
No, it's
When is that date?
January 22nd, 2024.
Quickly approaching,
Correct.
the middle of winter.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. And Commissioner, you're remembering this exactly right. That's our date for satisfying all our conditions and closing. He would have a little time after that to commence construction after we closed on the financing and transfer the property.
I just wanted to remind your client that we are aware there is a.
I'm your client. You're my client, right? I don't represent Mr. Lanier.
Okay, all right.
I don't, but we are in communication with the developer and we have and will continue to remind them about that date.
Mr. Masawa, could you reiterate the closing date?
Yeah.
Sorry.
One more time. All right. Could you reiterate the closing date from when the transfer from our ownership to the developer ownership would happen?
Sure, it's the deadline for that is January 22nd, 2024.
Yep. Okay. Did we have a motion?
Yes. We have a motion and second.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Do we have a second?
We do.
Okay. Who made the motion? I'm sorry.
Johnson.
Okay, Johnson and Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Mark.
Commissioner Markley made the motion. Commissioner McKiernan seconded it.
Johnson.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarity.
Okay.
All right.
Right.
Any further discussion?
Mm-mm.
Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend. Aye. McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites. Motion is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. This takes us to item number 2. It's an ordinance approving issuance of industrial revenue bonds for Millhouse Properties LLC. It is the last item on this agenda. And it's seeking approval from this commission to issue taxable industrial revenue bonds for the Millhouse Properties LLC at 94th and State Avenue, that project that's going on there. I'll ask our representative to weigh in.
Kevin Whitby with Gilmore and Bell, Bond Counsel, the Unified Government. I fully acknowledge this is the last item on the agenda and it's the third IRB item, so I will give the abbreviated version here, but we've covered a lot of this ground. Again, this is the Millhouse Apartments, Old Schlitter Bond site. Whereas earlier tonight, you did a public hearing and considered step 1 of an IRB project. This is step 2, post-construction. They're nearing completion. And so pursuant to the pilot agreement that was entered into 2 years ago, they're now approaching this commission to actually issue the industrial revenue bonds. And the effect of that will be that they'll pay all closing costs, including the origination fee owed to the unified government. And the bonds would be issued, meaning starting in 2024, their payment in lieu of tax schedule would begin under that 2021 agreement. Like we talked about with other projects tonight, it's a buy your own bond deal. So again, no UG liability, no UG credit risk, developer purchase bond. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do any members of the commission have any comments or questions?
Markley, move to approve.
Johnson, second.
All right. I've got a motion and a second that I will accept. And any further comments? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows, Townsend. Aye. McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane. Markley,
Aye.
Stites. 9-0, the motion carries.
Okay, that concludes our business for tonight. I entertain a motion to adjourn.
Markley, move
So
to
moved.
adjourn.
Second Bynum.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Roll call, please, clerk.
Roll call Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend. McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane. Markley.